A democracy that's lasted 1,000 years is about to collapse because of a trade dispute. Sounds impossible, doesn't it? But sometimes the smallest crack can bring down the biggest wall. This is 32 years before Luke Skywalker becomes a hero. Back then, nobody knew his name. Nobody knew his father would become the most feared man in the galaxy. All anyone cared about was politics, taxes, and keeping the peace. The Galactic Republic is rotting from the inside. Senators argue about everything and fix nothing. Corruption flows through the capital like poison. And somewhere in the shadows, an old enemy nobody remembers is pulling strings. But let's back up for a second. The Republic has been around for over 1,000 years. A massive government spanning countless star systems, all supposedly working together for peace and prosperity. The problem is, the bigger something gets, the harder it becomes to control. And when you can't control something, other people start controlling it for you. Enter the Trade Federation. These Neimoidians run the biggest shipping operation in the galaxy. They move goods from world to world, making themselves rich while everyone else depends on them. When the Republic tries to tax their trade routes to the Outer Rim, the Federation decides they've had enough. Their solution is simple. Surround Naboo with battleships and choke off all trade until the taxes disappear. It's economic warfare dressed up as a peaceful protest. The perfect crime, except for one small problem. They're not actually in charge of this operation. The real mastermind goes by the name Darth Sidious. He appears to them only as a hologram, face hidden in shadow. The Neimoidians think they're dealing with some kind of crime boss or political extremist. They have no idea they're taking orders from a Sith Lord. The same Sith Lords who tried to conquer the galaxy 1,000 years ago and supposedly went extinct. Sidious has been planning this for decades. The blockade isn't about taxes. It's about creating a crisis. And from that crisis, he'll build the chaos he needs to seize power. Every move has been calculated, every piece positioned perfectly on the galactic chessboard. Chancellor Finis Valorum gets word of the blockade and does exactly what any reasonable leader would do. He sends negotiators. 2 Jedi Knights who can sort out this mess with diplomacy and maybe a little Force persuasion if needed. Master Qui-Gon Jinn has been keeping the peace for decades. His Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi is young but capable. This should be routine. They arrive aboard the Trade Federation flagship expecting to find nervous bureaucrats eager to avoid conflict. Instead, they walk into a trap. Viceroy Newt Gunray and Settlement Officer Rune Hako have been ordered to eliminate them. Poison gas floods the conference room while battle droids mass outside. The Neimoidians watch on their security screens, waiting for the Jedi to die. Instead, both men emerge from the gas wearing breathing masks and ignite lightsabers that cut through battle droids like they're made of tinfoil. The droids keep coming in waves, but lightsabers are older technology, and sometimes older is better. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan fight their way through corridors packed with battle droids, super battle droids, and droidekas. These rolling destroyer droids unfold into walking cannons with personal shields. Dangerous, but not dangerous enough. The Jedi escape to the hangar and stow away on landing craft, heading for Naboo's surface. The invasion had already begun. Massive Trade Federation ships disgorge thousands of battle droids onto the peaceful planet. They march in perfect formation through forests and meadows that have never seen war. Their target is Theed, Naboo's beautiful capital city built along rivers and waterfalls. The droids storm the palace and capture Queen Amidala in her throne room. She's just 14 years old, but carries herself with the dignity of someone much older. Her elaborate makeup and costumes make her seem almost ethereal, which is exactly the point, because half of what people think they know about her is an illusion. The Jedi crash land in Naboo's swamps and immediately run into trouble. A clumsy Gungan named Jar Jar Binks is about to be trampled by Trade Federation tanks. Qui-Gon saves his life, earning what Gungans call a life debt. Jar Jar owes him everything now, and that debt is about to come in very handy. The Gungans live underwater in cities like Otoh-Gunga, hidden beneath Naboo's lakes and seas. They've shared the planet with humans for centuries, but keep to themselves. Boss Nass, their leader, has no love for the surface dwellers, but he respects the old ways, and a life debt cannot be ignored. Reluctantly, Nass provides a submarine called a bongo, so the Jedi can reach Theed through the planet's core. It's a dangerous journey through underwater caves filled with massive sea creatures. First, an OP sea killer attacks them, a bioluminescent predator with grabbing tentacles. Then something even bigger shows up, a Sando Aqua monster, large enough to swallow their submarine whole. They barely escape through a narrow passage, emerging near Theed just as the occupation begins. Battle droids patrol the streets while Neimoidian officers set up command posts. The Jedi infiltrate the palace and rescue Queen Amidala from her captors, along with her entourage of handmaidens and guards. Captain Panaka, head of Naboo security, leads them through secret passages to the royal hangar. The Queen's ship is a thing of beauty, a sleek J-type 327 Nubian with chrome hull and elegant curves. Rick Ollier, the Queen's pilot, fires up the engines while astromech droids prepare for launch. The escape through the blockade turns into a running battle. Trade Federation fighters swarm around them while the ship's shields take a beating. R2-D2, one of several repair droids working on the hull, manages to fix the shields while other droids get blasted into space. The little blue and white astromech becomes an instant hero, earning praise from the Queen herself. But their hyperdrive is damaged. Without it, they can't reach Coruscant. Their only option is landing on the nearest planet, which happens to be Tatooine, a desert world on the outer rim controlled by Hutt crime families where Republic law means nothing. Qui-Gon, Jar Jar, R2-D2, and one of the Queen's handmaidens named Padme venture into Mos Espa spaceport to find replacement parts. The handmaiden insists on coming despite the danger, claiming she must protect the Queen. Really, she's doing exactly the opposite, but nobody knows that yet. Mos Espa is a maze of junk dealers, slave markets, and cantinas where the desperate come to disappear. They find what they need at Watto's shop, run by a blue-skinned Toydarian who can't be influenced by Jedi mind tricks. Watto owns several slaves, including a 9-year-old human boy named Anakin Skywalker. The kid doesn't look like much at first glance. Dirty tunic, sandy hair, always tinkering with mechanical parts. But there's something about him that catches Qui-Gon's attention. Maybe it's the way he talks about pod racing, like it's the most natural thing in the world. Or maybe it's the protocol droid he's building from spare parts in his bedroom. Most humans can't even see pod racers when they're moving, let alone pilot them. The reflexes required are beyond normal human capability. Only aliens with multiple hearts or enhanced nervous systems can handle the speed. Yet here's this slave boy talking about racing like it's no big deal. Anakin lives with his mother Shmi in slave quarters that somehow feel like a home despite their circumstances. She's raised him with love and kindness, teaching him to help others even when they can't help themselves. The boy has never known his father. Shmi tells them his birth was unusual, as if the Force itself created him. That night, Qui-Gon secretly takes a blood sample from Anakin and runs it through a scanner. The results are staggering. Over 20,000 midi-chlorians per cell, higher than Master Yoda, higher than any Jedi in recorded history. If the ancient prophecies are true, this slave boy might be the chosen one destined to bring balance to the Force. The problem is money. Watto won't accept Republic credits on Tatooine, but the Toydarian has a weakness for gambling, especially on pod races. Qui-Gon makes a deal. If Anakin wins the upcoming Boonta Eve Classic, they get the T-14 hyperdrive generator they need. Plus, Anakin goes free. If he loses, Watto keeps both their ship and the boy. The Boonta Eve pod race is the biggest sporting event on Tatooine. Spectators pack the arena while alien species from across the Outer Rim place bets on their favorite drivers. The racers themselves are a collection of criminals, thrill seekers, and desperate beings with nothing left to lose. Sebulba leads the pack. This Dug from Malastare has won countless races through a combination of skill and cheating. He cuts fuel lines, throws debris at opponents, and uses hidden flamethrowers to burn other engines. The crowd loves him because he puts on a show. Other racers fear him because he puts them in the ground. Anakin's pod racer looks like junk compared to the others. Two massive engines connected to a tiny cockpit by energy cables. He's built it himself from spare parts, tuning every system by hand. When the race begins, most of the field rockets ahead, while Anakin struggles with engine problems. Lap 1 is a disaster. His right engine starts acting up, causing him to fall further behind. Other racers crash or break down on the dangerous course. Ben Quadinaros's pod racer explodes at the starting line in a spectacular fireball. Mars Guo gets taken out by another driver's dirty tactics. Only the strong or lucky survive. By lap 2, Anakin has found his rhythm. He passes Gascano and Timto Pagalis on the turns, using racing lines that shouldn't be possible. When Sebulba tries to disable his competitor's engines with cable cutters, Anakin anticipates the move and pulls ahead. The crowd goes wild as the human slave boy takes the lead. The final lap becomes a duel between Anakin and Sebulba. They race through canyons and caves at speeds that blur the landscape around them. Sebulba deploys every dirty trick he knows, but Anakin sees them coming before they happen. When the Dug's own sabotage backfires and destroys his engines, Anakin crosses the finish line alone. Watto is furious but bound by their agreement. Anakin is free, though Shmi must remain behind. The goodbye between mother and son breaks hearts across the audience. She tells him to be brave and follow his dreams, not knowing those dreams will become nightmares. As they prepare to leave Tatooine, danger emerges from the desert. A figure in black robes appears on a speeder bike, moving with inhuman speed across the dunes. This is Darth Maul, apprentice to the mysterious Darth Sidious. His face is a map of red and black tattoos. His eyes burn yellow with dark side power. Qui-Gon races toward their ship while Maul pursues on foot, leaping and running with force-enhanced agility. They clash briefly with lightsabers, Maul's double-bladed weapon spinning like a crimson tornado. The Jedi Master barely escapes aboard the Queen's ship, shaken by what he's encountered. For over 1,000 years, the Jedi have believed the Sith extinct. Now one has appeared, hunting them with skills that match their own. The implications are terrifying. If there's one Sith, there's another. Master and apprentice, darkness feeding on darkness until it consumes everything. On Coruscant, the Republic's capital world, Queen Amidala addresses the Galactic Senate in the massive rotunda where thousands of senators float in repulsor pods. She pleads for help, describing the invasion of her peaceful world. But the Senate has heard it all before. Another border dispute, another minor crisis, another committee needed to investigate. Senator Lot Dodd of the Trade Federation denies everything. He claims the Queen is lying, that no invasion ever took place. He calls for a commission to investigate these allegations. The motion gains support from senators who either don't care or have been bought by Trade Federation money. Senator Palpatine, representing Naboo, offers guidance to his young queen. The Senate is controlled by bureaucrats and special interests. Chancellor Valorum is well-meaning but weak. If she wants action, she needs to force their hand. Call for a vote of no confidence. Trigger new elections. Make them choose a leader who will act. The motion succeeds beyond anyone's expectations. Valorum falls from power in a matter of hours. 3 candidates emerge for the chancellorship, including Bail Antilles of Alderaan, Ainley Team of Malastare, and the sympathetic Senator Palpatine. The crisis on Naboo has created exactly the political opening the Naboo senator needs. Meanwhile, Qui-Gon brings Anakin before the Jedi Council in their tower, overlooking Coruscant's endless cityscape. 12 of the most powerful Jedi in the galaxy sit in a circle, testing the boy's abilities. Masters like Yoda, Mace Windu, Ki-Adi-Mundi, and Plo Koon probe his mind and measure his potential. They acknowledge his incredible power, but sense something disturbing. Fear of losing his mother, anger at those who would hurt the innocent, attachment to people and places that could be used against him. These emotions lead to the dark side, and the Council has seen too many promising students fall to that path. Yoda looks into the boy's future with the Force and sees only shadows. Clouds obscure what's coming, but the danger is real. They refuse to train him. Too old at 9 years, they say. Too set in his ways. Too much fear already in his heart. Qui-Gon defies their decision. He believes Anakin is the chosen one from prophecy, the one who will destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force. He'll train the boy himself if necessary. The Council finally agrees that Obi-Wan can take him as a Padawan, but only if something happens to Qui-Gon. None of them realize they've just decided the fate of the galaxy. Queen Amidala gives up on the Senate. Her people are suffering while politicians debate procedure. She returns to Naboo to save them herself, but she needs allies. In the swamps where Jar Jar first met the Jedi, she makes a decision that will change Naboo forever. In the Gungan sacred place, surrounded by ancient ruins and glowing spheres, Padme Amidala reveals her true identity. She's not a handmaiden protecting her queen. She is the queen, and the woman everyone thought was royalty is actually her decoy, a loyal handmaiden named Sabe, who's been playing the role perfectly. This revelation shocks Boss Nass and changes everything. For generations, the Gungans and Naboo humans have lived as separate peoples on the same world. Surface dwellers and underwater dwellers, never trusting, never cooperating. But a queen humbling herself before the Gungan leader breaks down walls that have stood for centuries. Nass agrees to an alliance. The Gungan Grand Army will march against the droid forces, drawing them away from the cities. Queen Amidala will lead a strike team to capture the Trade Federation leaders in Theed Palace. And Naboo pilots will launch a desperate attack on the droid control ship orbiting the planet. It's a three-pronged assault that requires perfect timing and tremendous courage. If any part fails, they all fail. But it's their only chance to save Naboo without waiting for the Senate to act, which, given Senate efficiency, might take decades. The Gungan army assembles in the grassy plains outside Theed. Thousands of warriors ride Kadu into battle, while shield generators create protective barriers. Their energy weapons glow blue and purple as they prepare to face an enemy with superior numbers and firepower. General Jar Jar Binks, despite his clumsiness, inspires his troops with unexpected bravery. Captain Tarpals leads the charge as Trade Federation forces deploy from their massive landing ships. Battle droids march in perfect formation, while tanks and armored vehicles provide heavy support. The initial clash sees Gungan shields holding against droid blasters, energy bolts splashing harmlessly against the barriers. But the Trade Federation has anticipated this. Their droidekas roll forward on wheels before unfolding into walking weapons platforms. These destroyer droids carry their own shields, allowing them to penetrate Gungan defenses and attack from within. The battle turns brutal as Kadu cavalry charges through gaps in the droid lines. In space above Naboo, a desperate fleet of N-1 starfighters launches from hidden hangars. These sleek yellow ships were built for beauty, not war, but they're all the Queen has. Led by Rick Ollier and other brave pilots, they race toward the massive droid control ship hovering in orbit like a mechanical moon. Hidden in one of the fighters is young Anakin, who'd been told to stay in the cockpit for safety. When the autopilot activates during the battle, he finds himself swept into the chaos of space combat. Most children would panic. Instead, Anakin trusts his instincts and follows the other fighters toward their target. The control ship's hangar bay yawns open like a hungry mouth. Naboo fighters dive inside while automated defenses try to swat them from the sky. Anakin's fighter spins and weaves through the massive interior, dodging explosion after explosion as his friends fall around him. Deep inside the ship, he spots the main reactor, a glowing sphere surrounded by energy conduits and cooling systems. Without hesitation, he fires every torpedo he has. The explosions trigger a chain reaction that races through the ship's power core. Within seconds, the entire vessel becomes an expanding fireball visible from the planet's surface. Every battle droid on Naboo stops moving at exactly the same moment. The Gungan army cheers as their metal enemies collapse like broken toys. Without the control ship's signal, the invasion force is nothing but expensive scrap metal. But the real battle is happening in Theed's power generator complex. Queen Amidala leads her security forces through the palace, engaging droid patrols with blasters and determination. Her strike team includes loyal guards and handmaidens trained in combat, all fighting to free their world from occupation. Deep in the generator's maze of catwalks and energy chambers, the Jedi face their greatest challenge. Darth Maul waits for them in a circular room surrounded by laser gates. When activated, these energy barriers separate the combatants, forcing them to wait as the cycle completes. The duel begins with three warriors moving in perfect harmony of violence. Maul's double-bladed lightsaber spins and weaves, keeping both Jedi at bay while they coordinate their attacks. Blue and green blades clash against burning red as they fight across multiple levels of the complex. Maul is faster than either Jedi expected. His acrobatic fighting style turns the generator complex into a three-dimensional battlefield. He leaps between platforms, runs along walls, and uses the Force to hurl debris with deadly precision. Every move is calculated to divide his opponents and exploit their weaknesses. When the laser gates activate, they separate the three fighters into different chambers. Qui-Gon kneels in meditation, centering himself in the Force while preparing for what's to come. Obi-Wan paces like a caged animal, desperate to help his master, but trapped behind an energy wall. The gates deactivate, and Qui-Gon charges forward alone. He and Maul engage in a private duel while Obi-Wan runs to catch up. The Sith Lord's blade work is flawless, each strike designed to probe for weakness. When he finds an opening, his lightsaber pierces Qui-Gon's chest in a move too quick to counter. Obi-Wan arrives just in time to watch his master fall. Rage floods through him, burning away years of Jedi training. He attacks Maul with pure fury, driving the Sith Lord back through strength of will and desperate skill. But emotion makes him reckless, and a single Force push sends him tumbling into a reactor shaft. Hanging from a service pipe far below the battle, Obi-Wan should be finished. His lightsaber is gone, lost in the depths. Maul peers down at him with satisfaction, believing the last Jedi defeated. But he's forgotten something important. The Force flows through all living things, and dead Jedi Masters can still teach final lessons. Obi-Wan reaches out and calls his master's lightsaber to his hand. The weapon flies through the air as he launches himself up and over Maul's head. In one perfect motion, he ignites the blade and cuts the Sith Lord in half. Darth Maul falls into the abyss, his yellow eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Qui-Gon dies in his student's arms, using his last breaths to extract a promise. Train the boy. Anakin is the chosen one, destined to bring balance to the Force. Obi-Wan gives his word, though he fears he's not ready to be anyone's master. The responsibility weighs on him like a mountain. With the battle won and the blockade broken, Naboo celebrates its freedom. Viceroy Newt Gunray is arrested and taken into custody, though his punishment will be frustratingly light. The Trade Federation claims they were coerced by unknown forces, and corrupt courts will eventually set them free to cause more trouble. Senator Palpatine arrives as the newly elected Supreme Chancellor, expressing sympathy for Naboo's losses while quietly celebrating his rise to power. He congratulates Queen Amidala on her victory and promises the Republic will never again abandon its member worlds. It's a promise he intends to keep, but not in the way anyone expects. The Jedi Council meets in emergency session to discuss what they've learned. After 1,000 years of hiding, the Sith have returned. But they don't operate alone. The rule of two means there's always a master and apprentice, no more, no less. With Maul dead, his master remains in the shadows. They agree to let Obi-Wan train Anakin, though Yoda senses the boy's future remains clouded and dangerous. The decision feels wrong, but Qui-Gon believed strongly in the prophecy. Perhaps the Force will guide them all toward the right path, or perhaps they're making the biggest mistake in Jedi history. At Qui-Gon's funeral, his body burns on a pyre while his spirit joins the Force. Master and apprentice say their final goodbyes as smoke rises toward Naboo's clear skies. Obi-Wan promises to honor his master's memory by training the Chosen One, not knowing that promise will lead to galactic civil war. The celebration in Theed streets feels like the end of a story, but it's really just the beginning. Gungans and humans march together for the first time in their history. Boss Nass carries the globe of peace presented by Queen Amidala, while children throw flower petals and bands play triumphant music. Yet beneath the joy and laughter lies a terrible truth. The crisis was never really about taxes or trade routes. Every move has been orchestrated by a patient enemy who plays all sides against each other. The Trade Federation thought they were in control. The Senate thought they were solving problems. Even the Jedi thought they were keeping peace. They were all wrong. Palpatine stands among the celebrating crowds, wearing the face of a kindly politician while hiding the soul of a Sith Lord. He has played the game perfectly, turning crisis into opportunity and chaos into power. The Trade Federation served their purpose and will be discarded. The Jedi have taken responsibility for training his future apprentice, and he now holds the highest office in the Republic. The first move has been played. 32 years from now, Luke Skywalker will destroy a Death Star and become a hero. But that victory will only be possible because of what happens here, in this moment, as democracy dies to thunderous applause and an ancient evil begins its patient climb toward absolute power. The Phantom was never the menace everyone feared. It was the one they trusted. And now the die is cast for everything that follows. Ten years have passed since Naboo's liberation, and the galaxy is falling apart. What started as a few systems wanting independence has become something much bigger and more dangerous. Now, thousands of star systems are threatening to leave the Republic entirely, and they have a leader nobody saw coming. Count Dooku was once a respected Jedi Master. He taught Qui-Gon Jinn everything he knew about the Force. But something changed after his student's death on Naboo. Dooku left the Jedi Order, returned to his homeworld of Sereno, and reclaimed his noble title. Now he leads what everyone calls the Separatist movement, promising worlds they can govern themselves without Republic interference. The Senate faces an impossible choice: create a military to fight the Separatists, or watch the Republic tear itself apart. For 1,000 years, they've kept peace without armies. But peaceful solutions only work when everyone wants peace. And Count Dooku doesn't seem interested in talking. Chancellor Palpatine finds himself in the middle of this crisis, trying to hold everything together while senators argue about the Military Creation Act. Some want immediate action, others refuse to abandon centuries of tradition. Meanwhile, star systems keep joining Dooku's cause, taking their tax revenue and resources with them. Senator Padme Amidala arrives on Coruscant to vote against creating an army. She's no longer Queen of Naboo, but her voice carries weight in galactic politics. Many senators respect her for standing up to the Trade Federation 10 years ago. If anyone can find a peaceful solution, it might be her. Except someone doesn't want her to vote at all. Her royal starship explodes on the landing platform in a fireball that lights up Coruscant's sky. For a terrible moment, it looks like the former Queen of Naboo has been assassinated. But the woman who died wasn't Padme. It was Corday, her loyal handmaiden, who insisted on playing decoy despite the danger. The real senator emerges from another ship, shaken but alive. The assassination attempt changes everything. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine assigns Jedi protection for Padme, and the Council sends two familiar faces. Obi-Wan Kenobi, now a full Jedi Master, arrives with his Padawan apprentice. Anakin Skywalker has grown from a 9-year-old slave into a powerful young man of 19. But he's also grown into someone who questions everything and follows his emotions more than Jedi teachings. Their reunion with Padme is awkward. Anakin can barely speak coherently around her, stumbling over words like a lovesick teenager. She remembers the brave little boy who saved her planet, not this intense young man who stares at her like she's the center of the universe. Obi-Wan watches their interaction with growing concern, sensing feelings that could lead his apprentice down a dangerous path. That night, another assassination attempt proves the first wasn't just lucky timing. Someone really wants Padme dead, and they're willing to try exotic methods. Kohans, deadly centipede-like creatures, crawl through her apartment window carried by a probe droid. Anakin senses the danger through the Force and wakes just in time to slice the creatures in half with his lightsaber. The probe droid flees through Coruscant's airways with Obi-Wan in pursuit. The chase leads through the planet's vertical cityscape, between towering buildings and streams of traffic that never stop flowing. Speeders weave through the artificial canyons while beings of 100 species go about their lives, unaware that life and death drama plays out above their heads. The droid leads them to its controller, a changeling assassin named Zam Wesell. In the crowded Outlander Club, filled with death sticks dealers and lowlifes from across the galaxy, Obi-Wan corners the shapeshifter. But before she can reveal who hired her, a toxic dart silences her forever. The killer watches from the crowd, then disappears into Coruscant's endless maze of people and shadows. The dart becomes their only clue. Obi-Wan takes it to his old friend Dexter Jetster, who runs a diner in the lower levels of Coruscant. Dex recognizes it immediately. It's a Kamino Saba dart used by cloners in the Outer Rim. But when Obi-Wan searches the Jedi archives for Kamino, he finds nothing. According to the most complete database in the galaxy, the planet doesn't exist. Jocasta Nu, the chief librarian, insists this is impossible. If something doesn't appear in the archives, it doesn't exist. But Yoda has a different explanation when Obi-Wan consults him in a training session with younglings. Someone erased Kamino from the records. The real question is why someone would want to hide an entire planet. While Obi-Wan investigates, the Jedi Council makes a fateful decision. They split up the team, sending Anakin to escort Padme back to Naboo for her safety. It seems like a reasonable precaution, but it also puts two people with growing feelings for each other alone together for days. The Council doesn't realize they've just lit a fuse on a bomb that will eventually destroy them all. Anakin and Padme travel to Naboo's lake country, far from the political chaos of Coruscant. The rolling hills and pristine waters offer perfect peace for a senator trying to stay alive and a Padawan learning to control his emotions. Except that's not what happens. Instead, old feelings resurface and new ones bloom in ways that violate everything Anakin has been taught. They picnic by the lake while Anakin uses the Force to slice pears and make them float through the air. They talk politics and philosophy while walking through meadows that stretch to the horizon. And slowly, inevitably, they fall in love. Padme tries to maintain distance, knowing that Jedi are forbidden from forming attachments. But Anakin's intensity breaks down her defenses like waves against a seawall. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan follows his investigation to the Camino system and discovers a planet of endless oceans under eternal storms. Tipoca City rises from the waves like a gleaming pearl, housing the most advanced cloning facilities in the galaxy. The Kaminoans who greet him are tall, graceful beings with long necks and large eyes, perfectly adapted to their aquatic world. Prime Minister Lama Su and his aide Taun We welcome Obi-Wan as an expected guest. They're delighted to show off their work on the clone army commissioned 10 years ago by Jedi Master Sifo Dyas. 200,000 units are ready for deployment, with 1 million more in production. All of them bred from the genetic template of a single man. That man is Jango Fett, a Mandalorian bounty hunter who serves as both genetic donor and military advisor. He lives in Tipoca City with his son Boba, though the boy isn't technically his offspring. Boba is an unaltered clone, allowed to age naturally and develop his own personality. To Jango, he's the only family that matters. Obi-Wan's meeting with Jango is tense from the start. The bounty hunter claims he was recruited by someone called Menace on one of Bogdan's moons. He won't say more, and his evasive answers raise more questions than they answer. When Obi-Wan spots Slave One being loaded with suspicious equipment, both men know their conversation is over. The fight that follows showcases why Mandalorians once conquered half the galaxy. Jango's armor deflects lightsaber strikes, while his weapons systems turn the landing platform into a war zone. Flamethrowers, rocket darts, and dual blaster pistols keep Obi-Wan constantly moving. Even without Force powers, the bounty hunter nearly wins through superior equipment and decades of experience. Jango and Boba escape in Slave One, but Obi-Wan manages to attach a tracking device to their hull. The trail leads to Geonosis, a desert planet of red rock and insectoid inhabitants. Hidden in the planet's rocky spires, Obi-Wan discovers something that changes the entire war. Count Dooku isn't just leading a political movement. He's building an army. In the Geonosian War Room, carved from living rock, the Separatist leadership gathers to finalize their plans. Trade Federation Viceroy Newt Gunray still wants revenge against Padme Amidala. Techno-Union foreman Wat Tambor promises advanced weaponry. Banking Clan Chairman San Hill guarantees unlimited funding. Corporate Alliance Senator Pascal Argente brings manufacturing capacity. Together with other corporate leaders, they're turning the separatist movement into a military-industrial complex. Obi-Wan transmits this intelligence to the Jedi Council before being captured by Droidekis. The news horrifies the Council members, but it also confirms their worst fears. The Separatists aren't planning to negotiate. They're preparing for war on a scale the galaxy hasn't seen in 1,000 years. Count Dooku visits Obi-Wan in his prison cell, and their conversation reveals the true scope of the conspiracy. Dooku claims the Republic is under the control of a Sith Lord called Darth Sidious. Hundreds of senators are under dark side influence. The Jedi serve a system too corrupt to save. He offers Obi-Wan a chance to join him in destroying this hidden enemy, insisting that Qui-Gon would have understood. Obi-Wan refuses to believe his former colleague, but seeds of doubt take root. Could the Republic really be controlled by the Sith? Are the Jedi blind to corruption right under their noses? These questions will haunt him for years to come, especially when Dooku's words prove more accurate than anyone wants to admit. On Naboo, Anakin experiences visions that tear him apart from the inside. His mother appears to him in dreams, calling for help, suffering in ways that make him wake up screaming. The visions are too vivid to ignore, too painful to bear. Despite orders to stay with Padme, he decides to return to Tatooine to find Shmi. Padme insists on coming with him, and together they travel to the world where Anakin's story began. 10 years have changed everything. Watto's shop is dustier and more rundown. The Toydarian himself seems smaller, defeated by time and bad business decisions. He tells them Shmi was sold to a moisture farmer named Cliegg Lars, who freed her and made her his wife. At the Lars homestead, they meet Anakin's new family. Cliegg is a good man who loved Shmi truly, not as property, but as a partner. His son Owen is practical and hard-working, with a girlfriend named Beru, who brings warmth to their simple home. They welcome Anakin as family, but their news is devastating. Tusken Raiders captured Shmi a month ago. Cliegg led a rescue mission that ended in disaster, losing his leg and several friends to Tusken weapons. They've found no trace of her since, and hope fades with each passing day. But Anakin won't accept that his mother is lost. His power in the Force has grown tremendously, and he uses it to track her across the desert. The Tusken camp sits in a rocky canyon, hidden from the worst of Tatooine's twin suns. Anakin infiltrates it under cover of darkness, moving like a shadow between the raiders' tents. He finds his mother bound in a hut, broken by weeks of torture and abuse. She dies in his arms after one last reunion, her final words a whisper of love for the son she'll never see again. What happens next breaks something fundamental in Anakin's soul. Rage consumes him completely, burning away years of Jedi training. He slaughters the entire Tusken village, cutting down men, women, and children with his lightsaber. They die like animals because that's what he sees them as in his fury. When the killing ends, he stands alone among the bodies, shaking with horror at what he's done. Back at the homestead, he confesses everything to Padme. He describes his massacre in detail, his voice hollow with self-loathing. She should be terrified of him. Instead, she offers comfort, trying to ease his pain rather than judge his actions. It's a decision that reveals how deeply her feelings for him run, even when faced with evidence of his capacity for darkness. On Geonosis, Anakin and Padme receive Obi-Wan's transmission about the Separatist army. The Jedi Council orders them to stay on Naboo where it's safe, but Anakin refuses to abandon his master. They steal a ship and race across the galaxy, arriving on the droid foundry world just as Count Dooku prepares to eliminate the last witness to his plans. Their rescue attempt goes horribly wrong. Security sensors detect their approach, and soon they're fighting for their lives in the droid factory's automated assembly lines. Conveyor belts carry them through molten metal stamping machines, while robotic arms try to weld them into scrap. C-3PO gets his head switched with a battle droid's body, creating confusion that's both comic and terrifying. Captured despite their efforts, all three face execution in the Petranaki arena. Chained to pillars in the center of the massive Colosseum, they must fight three deadly creatures while Geonosian spectators cheer for blood. The Reek, a massive horned beast, charges with enough force to shatter stone. The Nexu stalks them with razor claws and predatory intelligence. The Acklay uses its enormous size to crush anything within reach. Padme picks the lock on her chains with a hidden pin, proving she's more than just a politician. Anakin uses the Force to calm the Reek, turning it from enemy to ally. Obi-Wan chains himself defensively, using patience and timing to survive. Together, they manage to stay alive long enough for rescue to arrive. That rescue comes in the form of 200 Jedi Knights led by Mace Windu. The purple blade of his lightsaber ignites as dozens of others follow suit, creating a circle of light in the arena's center. Jedi like Kit Fisto, Ayla Secura, Saesee Tiin, and Agen Kola leap into action, their weapons cutting through battle droids and super battle droids with elegant precision. But the Jedi are outnumbered 1,000 to 1. Droidekas roll into the arena while Geonosian fighters attack from above. Coleman Trebor attempts to kill Count Dooku directly, but falls to Jango Fett's blasters before reaching his target. One by one, Jedi fall to overwhelming firepower. Their circle shrinks as the survivors cluster together, fighting with desperate courage against impossible odds. Just when defeat seems certain, the cavalry arrives. Clone trooper gunships swoop into the arena, deploying soldiers who establish immediate fire superiority. The clones fight with mechanical precision, their training and equipment perfectly suited for this kind of warfare. They rescue the surviving Jedi and evacuate them to safety while establishing a perimeter around the arena. The Battle of Geonosis has begun, marking the first engagement of what will become the Clone Wars. Republic AT-TE walkers stride across the Red Desert, while clone troopers advance under cover of LAAT gunships. Separatist forces respond with hordes of battle droids backed by spider droids and hailfire droids. The peaceful galaxy is about to learn what modern warfare looks like. Count Dooku attempts to escape in his Solar Sailor, a ship designed more for elegance than speed. Anakin and Obi-Wan pursue him to a secret hangar deep in the Geonosian spires, determined to end the Separatist threat before it can spread. But they're about to learn that their former ally has grown far more powerful than either of them imagined. The duel in Count Dooku's hangar reveals the true depth of Sith training. Dooku disables Anakin with Force lightning, then engages Obi-Wan in a lightsaber battle that showcases classical technique against desperate innovation. The Count's curved hilt and elegant style speak to centuries of refined tradition, while Obi-Wan relies on determination and defensive skill. Anakin returns to the fight wielding two lightsabers, his own and a spare from his belt. For a moment, it seems like youth and aggression might overcome experience. But Dooku's precision cuts through his opponent's fury, severing Anakin's right arm at the elbow. The young Padawan collapses in agony, his lightsaber falling from nerveless fingers. Master Yoda arrives just as Count Dooku prepares to finish his opponents. The ancient Jedi Master ignites his lightsaber and transforms into a whirlwind of motion, his centuries of experience allowing him to match his former student strike for strike. Their duel showcases force-enhanced acrobatics and blade work that seems to defy physics. But Dooku has one final card to play. He uses the Force to threaten Anakin and Obi-Wan's lives, forcing Yoda to choose between capturing his opponent and saving his allies. Yoda saves them, allowing Dooku to escape with the Death Star plans that will become the Empire's ultimate weapon. On Coruscant, Count Dooku delivers those plans to his master in the industrial district's shadowy depths. Darth Sidious accepts them with satisfaction, knowing that all the pieces are now in motion. The Clone Wars will tear the galaxy apart while he consolidates power from both sides. The Jedi will become generals in an army they never wanted, while the Sith manipulate events from the shadows. Back on Naboo, Anakin and Padme marry in secret by a lakeside altar. Only C-3PO and R2-D2 witness the ceremony, sworn to secrecy about a union that violates everything the Jedi stand for. As they kiss beneath Naboo's setting sun, war spreads across the galaxy like wildfire. The Clone Wars have begun, marking the end of 1,000 years of peace. The Republic now has an army, but that army came at a price none of them understand. The clones serve loyally for now, but their programming includes orders that will one day destroy everything the Jedi hold dear. Count Dooku has his droid armies and corporate backing, but he's also revealed himself as something darker than a political revolutionary. The Sith have returned to galactic prominence after hiding for a millennium, and their plans reach far beyond anything the Republic imagines. Most dangerous of all, Anakin Skywalker has taken his first real steps toward the dark side. His massacre of the Tusken Raiders, his secret marriage, his growing impatience with Jedi teachings all point toward a future too terrible to contemplate. The boy who was supposed to bring balance to the Force is already tilting toward darkness. The chess pieces are all in motion now. Palpatine sits in the Chancellor's office, playing both sides of a war he's created. The Jedi lead clone armies they don't fully trust against enemies who used to be their allies. And somewhere in the shadows, Darth Sidious smiles as his 1,000-year plan enters its final phase. The galaxy is about to burn, and when the flames die down, only one side will remain standing. The galaxy is burning, and nobody understands the scope of what's happening. What started as a single battle on Geonosis has exploded into a conflict spanning thousands of star systems. The Clone Wars aren't just changing the balance of power between Republic and Separatists. They're transforming the very soul of the galaxy. The war kicks off with the Battle of Christophsis, where Republic forces attempt to break a Separatist blockade around the Crystal Planet. General Anakin Skywalker leads the assault with his trademark aggressive tactics, but the real surprise comes when Master Yoda arrives with reinforcements and an unexpected gift for Anakin. Her name is Ahsoka Tano, a 14-year-old Togruta with blue and white head tails and more attitude than sense. She's been assigned as Anakin's Padawan learner, much to his horror. He's barely gotten used to being a knight himself, and now the Council expects him to train someone else. Worse, this particular someone immediately starts calling him Sky Guy while nicknaming herself Snips for her sharp tongue. Their first mission together involves rescuing Jabba the Hutt's infant son, Rota, from separatist kidnappers on the planet Teth. It's all part of Count Dooku's elaborate scheme to turn the Hutt crime families against the Republic by framing them for the kidnapping. The mission goes sideways when Asajj Ventress, Dooku's pale and deadly assassin, shows up with an army of battle droids. Ventress fights with twin red lightsabers and enough dark side fury to give experienced Jedi nightmares. She's not technically a Sith, since there can only be two, but she's close enough to terrify anyone who faces her. Ahsoka gets her first taste of real combat against someone trying to kill her, and barely survives the encounter. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan deals with politics on Coruscant, negotiating with Zero the Hutt about his nephew's kidnapping. The bloated crime lord claims to want help, but he's secretly working with Count Dooku to frame the Republic. It's all lies within lies, the kind of deception that's becoming standard practice in this war. The rescue succeeds, barely. Anakin and Ahsoka deliver baby Rota back to his father on Tatooine, earning the Hutt's grudging cooperation with Republic forces. But the real victory is the bond forming between master and apprentice. Ahsoka proves she's brave enough to follow Anakin into danger and smart enough to think her way out of trouble. As the war expands, we start seeing the true personalities of the clone troopers. These aren't mindless robots following orders. They're individuals with names, hopes, and fears despite sharing the same face. Captain Rex becomes Anakin's most trusted officer, leading the 501st Legion with tactical brilliance and fierce loyalty. Commander Cody serves Obi-Wan with equal dedication, commanding the 212th Attack Battalion. But the clones' most tragic story belongs to Domino Squad, 5 cadets training on Kamino who can't work together to save their lives. Heavy, droid bait, cut-up, Fives, and Echo struggle through every exercise while their instructors wonder if they'll ever amount to anything. When they finally graduate and get assigned to defend a remote listening post, most of them die holding the line against impossible odds. Fives and Echo survive to become ARC troopers, elite soldiers with more independence and specialized training. Their story becomes one of the war's most important arcs when they discover something horrifying about their own nature. Every clone has a behavioral modification chip implanted in their brain, designed to ensure absolute obedience when specific orders are given. The Malevolence campaign shows how the Separatists are developing superweapons to counter Republic advantages. This massive warship, commanded by General Grievous, can disable entire fleets with ion pulse cannons before destroying them at leisure. It terrorizes Republic forces until Anakin and Ahsoka lead a desperate Y-wing attack that cripples the ship's primary weapon. General Grievous himself becomes one of the war's most feared figures. Part alien, part machine, all killer, he's been trained in lightsaber combat by Count Dooku and collects Jedi weapons as trophies. His four-armed fighting style and ability to separate his hands from his wrists make him nearly impossible to predict in combat. He's not force-sensitive, but he doesn't need to be when he can spin lightsabers fast enough to become a walking blender. The Siege of Ryloth demonstrates how the war affects civilian populations. The Twi'lek homeworld falls under separatist occupation, with the native people suffering under droid oppression. Cham Syndulla leads the resistance movement, fighting alongside his young daughter Hera to free their world. The Republic eventually liberates Ryloth, but the cost in civilian lives weighs heavily on everyone involved. Then comes the return of Darth Maul, and everything changes. Somehow, impossibly, the Sith Lord who fell down that reactor shaft on Naboo survived. His hatred and connection to the dark side kept him alive even after being cut in half. He's been living as a mad hermit on the junk planet Lotho Minor, sustained by cybernetic legs and pure rage. His brother Savage Opress, enhanced by Night Sister magic, finds him and brings him back to sanity. Mother Talzin and her Night Sisters on Dathomir possess power that rivals the Sith themselves. Their magic draws from the dark side, but operates through different rules, allowing them to resurrect the dead and enhance living beings beyond normal limits. They restore Maul's mind and give him new legs, transforming him from broken victim to dangerous predator. Maul's return sets off a chain of events that nearly destroys Mandalore. He forms the Shadow Collective, uniting criminal organizations like Death Watch, Black Sun, and the Pike Syndicate under his leadership. Using this army, he conquers Mandalore and kills Duchess Satine, the woman Obi-Wan once loved, forcing the Jedi Master to watch as his past happiness dies in his arms. But Maul makes one critical mistake. He's forgotten that the Sith follow the rule of two, and his survival violates that ancient law. Darth Sidious himself arrives on Mandalore to deal with his former apprentice. The battle between master and former student showcases power levels that dwarf everything seen before. Sidious kills Savage Opress and captures Maul, demonstrating that there's always a bigger fish in the Sith pond. Meanwhile, the war grinds on across hundreds of worlds. The Second Battle of Geonosis shows how brutal the conflict has become, with Republic forces returning to destroy new droid factories. Ahsoka gets her first independent command, leading clone troopers against Poggle the Lesser's defenders, while brainworms turn dead Geonosians into zombie-like attackers. The Umbara campaign becomes one of the war's darkest chapters. When Anakin is recalled to Coruscant, the 501st Legion gets assigned to Jedi General Pong Krell, whose reckless tactics get clone troopers killed by the thousands. Krell treats the clones like disposable assets rather than living beings, sending them on suicide missions while staying safely behind the lines. Fives, Jesse, and Hardcase begin questioning orders when Krell's strategies make no tactical sense. They discover their general has turned traitor, secretly working for Count Dooku and trying to earn a place as his new apprentice. The clones are forced to arrest their own commanding officer, with Dogma, the most loyal trooper of all, ultimately executing the fallen Jedi for treason. On the mystical planet Mortis, Anakin encounters beings who embody the Force itself. The Father represents balance, the Son embodies the dark side, and the Daughter channels the light. These gods test Anakin's commitment to the Jedi path and show him visions of his future as Darth Vader. For a moment, he sees exactly what he'll become, but the Father erases his memory to preserve the timeline. The Night Sister massacre shows how far Count Dooku will go to eliminate threats to his power. When Mother Talzin becomes too dangerous and independent, Dooku sends General Grievous to exterminate her entire clan on Dathomir. The cyborg general's forces slaughter the magical warriors in a brutal assault that leaves only a handful of survivors scattered across the galaxy. Asajj Ventress, abandoned by Dooku when she grows too powerful, returns to her Night Sister heritage only to lose her new family to Grievous's attack. She becomes a bounty hunter, working jobs that gradually transform her from Sith assassin to something approaching an anti-hero. Her partnership with former Jedi Quinlan Vos in hunting Count Dooku shows that even the darkest hearts can find redemption. The clone conspiracy deepens when clone trooper Tup's behavioral chip malfunctions, causing him to kill Jedi Master Tiplar during a routine battle. Fives investigates and discovers the horrifying truth about Order 66. Every clone has been programmed from birth to turn on their Jedi commanders when the order is given. The chips can be removed, but the process is dangerous, and most clones don't even know they exist. Fives tries to warn the Jedi about the conspiracy, but he's been framed as mentally unstable by the very forces he's trying to expose. Chancellor Palpatine manipulates the situation perfectly, discrediting Fives while ensuring the conspiracy remains hidden. When Fives finally confronts the truth about the Chancellor's identity, he's killed by Commander Fox before he can expose Darth Sidious. The Jedi Temple bombing shakes the Order to its foundation. Someone plants explosives in the temple hangar, killing clone troopers and maintenance workers in a terrorist attack. Ahsoka Tano becomes the prime suspect when evidence points to her involvement, but she's been framed by someone she trusted completely. Barriss Offee, Ahsoka's former friend and fellow Padawan, has lost faith in the Jedi Order's role in the war. She sees the Jedi as warmongers who've abandoned their principles for military victory. Her bombing attack is meant to expose their hypocrisy, but instead it destroys an innocent friend's life. The Jedi Council expels Ahsoka from the Order before her trial, abandoning her when she needs their support most. Though she's eventually cleared when Barriss confesses, the damage is done. Ahsoka refuses the Council's offer to rejoin, walking away from the only life she's ever known. Her departure breaks Anakin's heart and removes a crucial moral influence from his life. As the war enters its final phase, Chancellor Palpatine begins positioning pieces for his endgame. The Siege of Mandalore becomes the last major operation of the Clone Wars, occurring simultaneously with the events of Revenge of the Sith. Ahsoka returns to help Bo-Katan Kryze liberate Mandalore from Maul's rule, working with Captain Rex and the 501st Legion one final time. The siege succeeds in capturing Maul, but the former Sith Lord warns Ahsoka about what's coming. He's sensed his old master's plans and knows that Anakin Skywalker will soon fall to the dark side. He even offers to join forces with Ahsoka to stop Darth Sidious, but she can't bring herself to trust someone who's caused so much pain. During Maul's transport to Coruscant, Order 66 activates across the galaxy. Rex's behavioral chip kicks in, forcing him to turn on Ahsoka despite their friendship. She manages to remove his chip with the help of medical droids, but they're trapped aboard a Venator-class Star Destroyer filled with clone troopers trying to kill them. In the chaos, Maul escapes and wreaks havoc throughout the ship, killing clones indiscriminately as he fights his way to freedom. Ahsoka and Rex are forced to work with their former enemy to survive, though they part ways once they reach the escape pods. The Star Destroyer crashes on a nameless moon, becoming a graveyard for clone troopers who died following orders they never understood. The Clone Wars end not with victory parades, but with mass graves and burning temples. Ahsoka and Rex bury their fallen comrades in the wreckage, marking each grave with a clone trooper helmet. They fake their own deaths and disappear into hiding as the galaxy transforms around them. Years later, Darth Vader discovers the crash site and finds Ahsoka's abandoned lightsaber among the graves. The sight of his former apprentice's weapon brings no satisfaction, only the hollow recognition of everything he's lost. The Clone Wars created the Empire, but they also destroyed the man who could have been its greatest protector. The 3-year conflict reshaped galactic civilization in ways that will echo for generations. The Republic became militarized and centralized, setting the stage for imperial tyranny. The Jedi became generals and soldiers, losing their way as peacekeepers. The clone troopers proved that loyalty can be programmed and that free will is more precious than anyone realized. Most tragically, the war turned heroes into villains and friends into enemies. Anakin Skywalker entered the conflict as a promising young Jedi and emerged as the Empire's enforcer. Ahsoka Tano began as his eager student and ended as a fugitive from the regime he helped create. The bonds forged in battle became chains that dragged everyone toward darkness. The Clone Wars were never really about Republic versus Separatists. They were about one man's patient plan to destroy his enemies by turning them against each other. Every battle, every strategy, every victory and defeat served Darth Sidious's ultimate goal of absolute power. The Jedi thought they were fighting for justice, but they were actually fighting for their own destruction. When the last shots were fired and the last droids shut down, only one side had truly won, and it wasn't the side anyone expected. The Sith had played the longest game in galactic history, and their victory was so complete that most people didn't even realize they'd lost until it was too late. The Age of Heroes was ending. The time of the Empire had begun. And in the shadows between light and dark, survivors like Ahsoka Tano and Rex would spend the next 2 decades trying to undo the damage of a war that should never have been fought. The Clone Wars are about to end, but not the way anyone expects. After 3 years of galactic conflict, the Republic stands on the edge of victory. The Separatists are retreating on every front. Count Dooku's leadership is failing. General Grievous runs from battle after battle. Everything points to the war's conclusion within months, maybe weeks. But wars don't always end with parades and peace treaties. Sometimes they end with the winners destroying themselves from within. The Battle of Coruscant erupts without warning. In the most audacious military operation of the entire war, General Grievous launches a surprise attack on the Republic capital itself. His fleet drops out of hyperspace directly above Coruscant, catching the home fleet completely off guard. Hundreds of Separatist ships engage Republic defenders in orbit, while the city planet's population watches the sky burn. The target isn't territory or resources, it's Chancellor Palpatine himself. Grievous deploys his flagship, the Invisible Hand, like a massive trap. Magna Guards storm the Chancellor's bunker while battle droids secure the government district. Within hours, the cyborg general has captured the most powerful man in the Republic and is preparing to escape with his prize. The rescue mission falls to the Republic's two best generals. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker race through the space battle in their starfighters, dodging turbo-laser fire and buzz droids while Republic and Separatist fleets tear each other apart around them. Their destination is Grievous's flagship, somewhere in the chaos above Coruscant's endless cityscape. R2-D2 accompanies them, flying Anakin's fighter with his usual combination of bravery and mechanical genius. When buzz droids attach to Obi-Wan's ship and start cutting it apart, the little astromech saves the day by zapping them with electric charges. It's a small moment that perfectly captures why these three have survived so many battles together. The Invisible Hand's hangar bay becomes a war zone as the Jedi infiltrate Grievous's ship. Battle droids mass to stop them, but lightsabers cut through their ranks like energy through smoke. Obi-Wan and Anakin fight side by side, their teamwork polished by 3 years of war. Every move is coordinated, every strike calculated to support the other. They reach the observation deck where Palpatine waits, chained to a chair and apparently helpless. But he's not alone. Count Dooku stands ready for a rematch, his curved lightsaber already ignited. This time, the Sith Lord faces 2 opponents instead of 1. This time, the outcome will be very different. The duel showcases how much Anakin has grown since Geonosis. Where he once rushed in recklessly, he now fights with deadly precision. His saber work has evolved beyond mere technique into something approaching artistry. When Dooku uses the Force to hurl Obi-Wan against the wall, knocking him unconscious, Anakin doesn't lose control. He gets angry. An angry Anakin Skywalker is terrifying. The fight becomes personal. Dooku's taunts about Anakin's mechanical hand only fuel his rage. Every parry becomes an attack. Every defensive move flows into offensive combinations that push the older Sith back, step by step. When Anakin finally crosses his lightsabers at Dooku's throat, the Count knows he's lost. Palpatine's voice cuts through the moment like a blade. The words carry weight beyond mere suggestion. They're a command that bypasses rational thought and appeals directly to Anakin's darkest impulses. His hands move before his mind can object, severing Dooku's head in one clean stroke. The moment changes everything. Anakin has just executed a helpless prisoner at the Chancellor's urging. His immediate regret shows he knows it was wrong, but the deed is done. The line between justice and vengeance has been crossed, and there's no going back. Grievous reveals his true nature as the Invisible Hand starts breaking apart around them. The cyborg general splits his flagship in half rather than let his prisoners escape, turning their rescue into a desperate survival mission. The forward section plummets toward Coruscant's surface with everyone aboard, its engines failing and hull compromised. Anakin's impossible landing saves them all. Using the Force to guide a ship that has no business staying in the air, he brings the massive hull down on one of Coruscant's industrial landing strips. The impact creates a fireball visible from orbit, but somehow everyone walks away. It's the kind of miracle that makes Anakin Skywalker a legend. But legends cast long shadows, and Anakin's shadow is growing darker by the day. The private reunion between Anakin and Padme takes place in their secret apartment, high above Coruscant's traffic streams. She's pregnant, and the news should be cause for celebration. Instead, it terrifies Anakin. The Jedi Code forbids attachments for good reasons, and now he has the ultimate attachment growing inside the woman he loves. His nightmares start immediately. Visions of Padme dying in childbirth, screaming his name as life leaves her body. The dreams are too vivid to dismiss, too specific to ignore. They remind him of his visions about his mother and how helpless he felt watching Shmi die in his arms. He won't let that happen again. He can't. The Jedi Council assigns Anakin to spy on Chancellor Palpatine, but they make a critical error. They appoint him to the Council as the Chancellor's representative but deny him the rank of Master. The slight cuts deep, feeding resentments that have been building for years. Anakin sees it as proof that the Jedi don't trust him, don't value his contributions, don't understand his potential. Master Windu delivers the news with typical bluntness. Anakin's appointment is unprecedented, but his youth and the unusual circumstances mean the rank doesn't come with it. The explanation sounds reasonable, even necessary. To Anakin, it sounds like another excuse to keep him in his place. The Council's request that he spy on Palpatine puts Anakin in an impossible position. The Chancellor has been a mentor and father figure for over a decade, offering guidance and support when the Jedi seem distant or critical. Now, they want him to betray that trust by gathering intelligence on the Republic's leader. The mission violates everything Anakin believes about loyalty and friendship. Palpatine plays his role perfectly. During their conversations at the opera in his office, walking through Coruscant's corridors, he gradually reveals how much he knows about Anakin's fears and desires. The Chancellor understands the young Jedi's frustration with the Council, his anger at being held back, his terror of losing Padme. The story of Darth Plagueis the Wise comes at precisely the right moment. Palpatine tells it like a legend, a cautionary tale about the dangers of seeking power over death. But to Anakin, desperate to save Padme, it sounds like hope. The idea that someone once possessed the power to prevent death becomes an obsession. Obi-Wan's mission to Utapau removes the last stabilizing influence from Anakin's life. The two Jedi part as master and former apprentice, brothers in all but blood who've fought side by side for years. Their goodbye is casual, routine, neither suspecting it might be their last peaceful moment together. Utapau itself is a harsh world of sinkholes and wind, inhabited by two species who've learned to coexist in their vertical cities. The Pau'ans rule from the upper levels while the smaller Utai work in the depths, both united in their desire to see the Separatists leave their world. When Obi-Wan arrives hunting Grievous, he finds allies among both peoples. The confrontation with Grievous showcases the cyborg general's greatest weakness. For all his lightsaber training and tactical knowledge, he lacks the Force. Obi-Wan exploits this limitation, using telekinesis and precognition to counter Grievous's four-armed fighting style. When the general's cybernetic body starts failing, brute force becomes his only option. Their final duel abandons lightsabers entirely. Grievous uses his enhanced strength and metal limbs, while Obi-Wan relies on agility and the Force. The battle ends when Obi-Wan literally tears apart Grievous's chest cavity and shoots his organic heart with the general's own blaster. It's a victory born of practicality rather than elegance. The revelation scene between Palpatine and Anakin takes place in the Chancellor's office as Coruscant's sun sets through the massive windows. Palpatine has been preparing for this moment for over a decade, carefully building trust and dependency while Anakin remained unaware of his true nature. The conversation starts innocuously enough. Palpatine mentions the tragedy of Darth Plagueis, expanding on the story he told at the opera. When Anakin asks what happened to this Sith Lord who could prevent death, Palpatine's answer changes everything. His apprentice killed him in his sleep. It's ironic that he could save others from death, but not himself. The implication hangs in the air like smoke. Anakin realizes he's talking to someone who knows far too much about Sith history. When he directly asks if Palpatine is a Sith Lord, the answer comes without hesitation or shame. Palpatine has been Darth Sidious all along, orchestrating the war from both sides while building an empire from the Republic's bones. Anakin's hand moves to his lightsaber, but Palpatine stops him with words rather than force. The Jedi want to control the galaxy just as much as the Sith do, he argues. The only difference is their methods. And right now, he's the only one who can teach Anakin the power to save Padme from death. The internal struggle tears Anakin apart. His duty as a Jedi demands he arrest or kill Palpatine immediately. But his love for Padme requires him to learn whatever knowledge the Sith Lord possesses. In the end, love wins over duty. Anakin agrees to think about Palpatine's offer and report him to the Jedi Council. Master Windu's response to Anakin's revelation is swift and decisive. He gathers Jedi Masters Kit Fisto, Agen Kola, and Saesee Tiin for an immediate arrest mission. These are some of the Order's finest warriors, but they're walking into a trap decades in the making. Palpatine's office becomes a battlefield as 4 Jedi Masters face the most powerful Sith Lord in galactic history. The combat is brutally efficient. Kit Fisto, Agen Kola, and Saesee Tiin die within seconds, their lightsabers no match for Palpatine's speed and fury. Only Mace Windu has the skill to stand against the Emperor's lightning and win. The duel between Windu and Palpatine is more than a clash of lightsabers. It's a confrontation between 2 philosophies of power, 2 visions of what the galaxy should become. Windu's purple blade represents the Jedi path of sacrifice and service. Palpatine's Force lightning embodies the Sith creed of passion and domination. Windu wins through a combination of skill, determination, and the dark side's inherent weakness. Palpatine's hatred makes him powerful, but also predictable. When the Sith Lord unleashes his full fury, Windu deflects it back with his lightsaber, scarring Palpatine's face and revealing the monster beneath the politician's mask. Anakin arrives to find his worst nightmare realized. Mace Windu stands over a defeated Palpatine, lightsaber raised for the killing blow. The Jedi Master speaks of justice and necessity, but Anakin hears only the end of his hope to save Padme. Without Palpatine's knowledge, she will die, and their child with her. The choice that defines Anakin's fate happens in seconds. Windu raises his blade to execute Palpatine, speaking of ending the Sith threat forever. Anakin's own blade flashes out, severing the Jedi Master's hand. The purple lightsaber falls while Palpatine unleashes Force lightning that hurls Windu from the window to his death. The transformation is immediate and total. Anakin kneels before Darth Sidious and accepts the Sith name Darth Vader. 22 years of Jedi training evaporate in moments, replaced by promises of power and salvation. The young man who once freed the slaves of Tatooine becomes the enforcer of galactic tyranny. Order 66 spreads across the galaxy like a plague. The coded transmission reaches clone commanders on thousands of worlds simultaneously, activating behavioral modifications implanted before birth. Suddenly, loyal soldiers become executioners, turning on the Jedi generals they've served alongside for years. The montage of betrayal is heartbreaking in its scope. On Magito, Ki-Adi-Mundi falls to his own troops while leading a charge. Aayla Secura dies on Felucia, shot in the back by Commander Bly. Plo Koon's starfighter explodes over Cato Nemodia when his clone pilots open fire. Stas Ali's speeder bike becomes her funeral pyre on Salukami. Only Master Yoda survives the initial purge, his connection to the Force warning him moments before Commander Gree can shoot. The assault on the Jedi Temple represents Anakin's final transformation into Darth Vader. Leading the 501st Legion through halls he once called home, he shows no mercy to the Jedi inside. Masters, knights, and Padawans fall to his lightsaber while clone troopers secure the building. The younglings in the training areas receive no special consideration. The scene with the younglings is brief but devastating. A young boy recognizes Anakin and asks what they should do about the clone troopers attacking the temple. Anakin ignites his lightsaber in response. The camera cuts away, but the implication is clear. The Chosen One has become the very thing he was destined to destroy. Palpatine's transformation into Emperor begins with a special session of the Galactic Senate. His scarred face and damaged voice tell the story of the Jedi's alleged assault on democracy. The injuries make him seem vulnerable, a victim rather than a victor. His words carry new weight as he describes how close the Republic came to destruction. The Senate chamber fills with thunderous applause as Palpatine announces the formation of the Galactic Empire. Senators cheer the end of the war, the promise of security, the transformation of their failing democracy into a strong autocracy. Princess Leia won't be born for hours, but her future adoptive mother watches democracy die with perfect clarity. Padme Amidala sits among the celebrating senators, understanding what no one else seems to grasp. This isn't the end of the war, but the beginning of something worse. When she whispers that this is how liberty dies, with thunderous applause, she's witnessing the birth of tyranny disguised as salvation. Vader's mission to Mustafar eliminates the last witnesses to Palpatine's deception. The Separatist Council waits in the mining facility's conference room, believing they've won the war. Newt Gunray expects rewards for his service. Wat Tambor anticipates new technological projects. San Hill counts the profits from 3 years of conflict. They receive death instead. Vader cuts through the Separatist leadership with methodical efficiency, his lightsaber work precise and emotionless. These beings orchestrated the deaths of millions, but they die not as war criminals facing justice, but as pawns eliminated by their hidden master. Obi-Wan and Yoda's return to Coruscant reveals the scope of the catastrophe. The Jedi Temple burns while clone troopers patrol the streets. Bodies litter the halls where younglings once played, and Padawans learn the ways of the Force. The beacon that should call scattered Jedi home instead broadcasts a trap set by their enemies. The security recordings show the truth in holographic detail. Anakin Skywalker, the young man Obi-Wan trained and loved like a brother, kneeling before Darth Sidious. The transformation is complete, the betrayal absolute. Everything they fought for, everyone they tried to protect, has been destroyed by someone they trusted completely. Padmé's journey to Mustafar represents her last desperate attempt to save the man she loves. She believes Anakin can still be reached, that beneath Vader's armor and hatred, some trace of goodness remains. Her love blinds her to how completely he's changed, how thoroughly the dark side has consumed his soul. Obi-Wan stows away aboard her ship, knowing this confrontation is inevitable. He's lost his apprentice, his order, and his faith in the future. But he still has his duty, and that duty requires him to face what Anakin has become. The thought of fighting his former student sickens him, but the alternative is worse. Mustafar itself embodies the conflict to come. A volcanic world where lava flows like rivers and the air burns with sulfur and ash. The mining facility perches on platforms above the molten surface, a monument to industrial ambition in a place that should never have been colonized. The confrontation between Padmé and Vader shows how completely Anakin has changed. She pleads with him to run away together, to leave the war and politics behind for a simple life raising their child. He responds by describing his plans to overthrow Palpatine and rule the galaxy himself. Power has replaced love as his primary motivation. When Obi-Wan emerges from Padmé's ship, Vader's fury explodes into violence. He sees only betrayal, another example of people he trusted plotting against him. The Force choke that drops Padmé unconscious demonstrates how far he's fallen. The man who once fought to protect her has become someone willing to hurt her in anger. The lightsaber duel between Obi-Wan and Vader spans multiple levels of the mining facility. Their combat showcases perfect knowledge of each other's techniques built over years of sparring and battlefield cooperation. Every attack meets a prepared defense. Every strategy encounters a perfect counter. The emotional weight transforms what could be mere spectacle into genuine tragedy. These aren't just skilled warriors fighting for opposing causes. They're former master and apprentice, brothers who trained together and saved each other's lives countless times. Their battle tears apart bonds that once seemed unbreakable. Obi-Wan fights defensively, trying to end the conflict without killing Vader. His strikes target limbs rather than vital organs, seeking to disable rather than destroy. But Vader shows no such restraint. His attacks carry the full fury of his hatred, each swing intended to kill the man who supposedly held him back. The duel's turning point comes when they reach the lava river. Fighting on a mining platform that drifts toward a waterfall of molten rock, both men know the battle must end soon. When Obi-Wan leaps to higher ground, he warns Vader not to attempt the same jump. It's a final gesture of compassion towards someone who no longer deserves it. Vader's arrogance proves his undoing. Believing his power in the Force makes him invincible. He launches himself at Obi-Wan despite the tactical disadvantage. The lightsaber stroke that costs him 3 limbs happens too quickly to counter. In trying to destroy his former master, Vader destroys himself. Obi-Wan's anguish as Vader burns beside the lava river captures the personal cost of galactic events. His cry about Anakin being the chosen one, meant to destroy the Sith rather than join them, echoes across the volcanic landscape. The prophecy has been fulfilled, but not in any way the Jedi expected. Palpatine's rescue of Vader from Mustafar begins the process of creating the galaxy's most feared enforcer. The medical facility on Coruscant becomes a workshop where damaged flesh and bone are replaced with mechanical alternatives. The suit that will define Vader's appearance for the next 2 decades takes shape around his broken body. The transformation is as psychological as physical. The mask that hides Vader's scarred features also severs his last connection to his former identity. When he takes his first breath through the artificial respirator, Anakin Skywalker effectively dies. Only Darth Vader remains. The revelation of Padmé's death completes Vader's fall into darkness. His anguished scream at learning he killed her in his anger demonstrates that some capacity for pain remains beneath the armor. But rather than leading to redemption, this knowledge drives him deeper into the dark side's embrace. The birth of Luke and Leia on Police Massa offers the galaxy's only hope for eventual liberation. Padmé uses her last strength to deliver the twins and name them before her broken heart finally stops beating. Her final words about there still being good in Anakin plant seeds that won't bloom for decades. Yoda and Obi-Wan's decision to separate the twins reflects their understanding of what's at stake. Luke goes to Tatooine with Owen and Beru Lars, hidden in the one place Vader would never willingly visit. Leia becomes Princess of Alderaan, raised by Bail and Breha Organa, in luxury and security that will prepare her for leadership. The final scene aboard the first Death Star demonstrates the Empire's new priorities. Construction on the battle station began during the Clone Wars as a separatist project, but now it serves Imperial ambitions. The weapon capable of destroying entire planets represents everything the Sith stand for, taken to its logical extreme. Vader and Palpatine stand together watching construction continue, master and apprentice planning galactic domination. Their conversation hints at the years of oppression to come, the rebellion that will eventually arise, and the family connections that will ultimately destroy them both. But for now, darkness has won. The Jedi are extinct, the Republic is dead, and the Empire rises from their ashes. The galaxy enters its darkest period, where hope seems impossible and freedom becomes a memory. 20 years will pass before Luke Skywalker grows old enough to challenge his father's empire. The transformation is complete. Anakin Skywalker, once the galaxy's greatest hope, has become its greatest threat. The Clone Wars that began with the promise of protecting democracy have ended with democracy's destruction. And in the shadows of their victory, 2 Sith Lords plan a reign that will last for generations. The revenge of the Sith is absolute, but somewhere on Tatooine, under twin suns that have watched over the Skywalker family for generations, a new hope takes his first breaths. The wheel of fate continues to turn, carrying with it the seeds of the Empire's eventual downfall. In losing everything, the light side of the Force has gained something the dark side cannot understand. Not power or control, but the possibility of redemption. Order 66 was supposed to be perfect, but sometimes machines break down, and Clone Force 99 was already broken to begin with. They called themselves the Bad Batch because their genetic modifications made them different from regular clone troopers. Hunter tracks enemies with enhanced senses. Wrecker demolishes anything in his path. Tech hacks systems that should be impossible to crack. Crosshair makes shots that defy physics. These defects that make them special also make their inhibitor chips malfunction when the order comes down. The mission on Kala starts like any other Clone Wars operation. Jedi General Depa Billaba and her young Padawan Caleb Dume fight alongside the Bad Batch to secure a separatist outpost. Victory seems certain until a coded transmission changes everything. Regular clone troopers immediately turn their weapons on the Jedi. Crosshair raises his rifle, his chip working exactly as programmed. But Hunter hesitates just long enough for the boy to escape into the forest. That moment of doubt marks them as unreliable in the eyes of Admiral Tarkin, who arrives on Kamino to evaluate clone effectiveness. Their first Imperial mission sends them to Andor to eliminate insurgents led by Saw Gerrera. But the so-called terrorists turn out to be freedom fighters protecting their homes from occupation. The Bad Batch discovers their new empire expects them to kill civilians who refuse Imperial rule. Hunter refuses the order and turns his squad into fugitives. Their escape from Kamino introduces Omega, a young medical assistant who reveals herself as another clone when Imperial forces threaten her life. Unlike the millions of male clones bred for war, she carries unmodified Jango Fett DNA. That makes her genetically priceless for future cloning projects. The transformation from Republic to Empire happens faster than anyone expects. The Clone Wars officially end, but fighting continues under different names. Former separatist worlds face occupation by the same armies that liberated them from droid control. Resistance movements spring up on dozens of planets as populations realize their new government is worse than their old one. On Salukami, they encounter Cutlaw Quain, a clone deserter who built a family during the war. The Empire's new chain code system threatens to expose his illegal status and destroy everything he's created. Their mission to help his family escape demonstrates how the Empire views clone troopers as property rather than people, even those who served loyally for years. Sid's Cantina on Ord Mantell becomes their base as they transition from soldiers to mercenaries. The Trandoshan bartender provides jobs that usually involve helping people caught between imperial policies and criminal organizations. These missions reveal how quickly civilization breaks down when authority becomes oppressive rather than protective. The systematic decommissioning of clone troopers accelerates as the Empire recruits human volunteers to replace them. Millions of soldiers who fought the Clone Wars find themselves discarded like obsolete equipment. Some adapt to civilian life. Others join criminal organizations. A few, like Captain Rex, organize underground networks to help their brothers escape Imperial service. The discovery of inhibitor chips hidden in every clone's brain explains the totality of the Jedi Purge. These behavioral modification devices forced absolute obedience to specific commands, turning loyal soldiers into unwilling executioners. The surgical removal of Wrecker's malfunctioning chip takes place on Bracca, surrounded by wreckage of Republic warships being scrapped for Imperial projects. Crosshair chooses to serve Imperial interests even after removing his chip, believing that order and strength matter more than freedom or justice. His pursuit of his former brothers demonstrates how ideology can be more powerful than programming. The separation of the squad deepens when he leads Imperial forces against them, using his intimate knowledge of their tactics. Kamino's destruction marks the end of the clone program and the beginning of Imperial historical revisionism. Admiral Rampart orders the bombardment of Tipoca City to eliminate evidence of the Republic's secret army and the conspiracy that created it. The ocean world that birthed millions of clone troopers disappears beneath orbital bombardment, taking most of its population with it. The Bad Batch arrives during the attack, but can only save a handful of civilians from the systematic genocide. They watch their birthplace burn, while Imperial propaganda claims the facility suffered an unfortunate accident. The destruction erases one of the last connections between the Old Republic and Palpatine's New Order. Dr. Hemlock's experiments at Mount Tantiss reveal Imperial plans for genetic engineering and Force research. The facility conducts horrific medical procedures on clone prisoners while studying Force-sensitive children for Project Necromancer. This research connects directly to Emperor Palpatine's obsession with immortality and unlimited power. The cloning technology that created the Republic's army now serves Sith goals of conquering death itself. Hemlock's work involves injecting clones with midi-chlorians to create Force-sensitive subjects. Every failure teaches him more about the process that will eventually allow Palpatine to return from death in a cloned body. Tech's sacrifice during their escape from Imperial forces on Eriadu demonstrates the personal cost of resistance. The brilliant clone who could solve any technical problem faces a situation where calculations can't provide solutions. His decision to cut their escape line and fall from the rail car saves his squad, but costs the galaxy one of its most capable minds. The loss changes how the Bad Batch approaches their missions. Hunter becomes more protective, unwilling to risk losing anyone else to Imperial forces. Wrecker's cheerful nature gives way to grim determination. Echo throws himself into rescue missions for captured clones. Their family becomes smaller, but more precious. Omega's capture by Imperial forces brings all their fears to reality. Hemlock finally has the genetic material he needs for his experiments, while the Bad Batch loses the person they've sworn to protect. The hunt to find and rescue her drives them to take risks that would have been unthinkable during their military service. Inside Mount Tantiss, Omega reunites with Crosshair, who's been subjected to conditioning experiments designed to turn him into a specialized assassin. The process traumatizes him severely, causing a tremor in his shooting hand that ruins his legendary marksmanship. Their shared imprisonment begins his slow journey back toward his brothers. Nala Se protects Omega by secretly destroying her blood samples before they can be tested. The Kaminoan scientist understands that Omega's unique genetics make her invaluable to Project Necromancer. When she can no longer sabotage the tests, she helps Omega escape with Crosshair, just as her sample yields positive results for midi-chlorian compatibility. Emperor Palpatine's personal visit to Mount Tantiss confirms the facility's importance to his long-term survival plans. His inspection of the cloning chambers and approval of Hemlock's work grants the project unlimited Imperial resources. The scene connects the Bad Batch's story directly to the sequel trilogy's revelation of Palpatine's return. Crosshair's redemption comes through actions rather than words. His willingness to warn his former brothers about Imperial threats begins the process of rebuilding trust. When he helps Omega escape Tantis despite his own trauma, he proves that loyalty to family matters more than ideology or programming. The reunion between Crosshair and the rest of Clone Force 99 remains tense and complicated. Years of separation and conflict can't be erased overnight, but their shared commitment to rescuing Omega from Imperial captivity provides common ground for rebuilding their brotherhood. Asajj Ventress emerges from hiding to test Omega's Force sensitivity, confirming what Hemlock suspected about her blood. The former Sith assassin has survived into the Imperial era and now works to protect Force-sensitive children from Imperial capture. Her involvement shows how the Emperor's cloning experiments threaten everyone with Force abilities. The discovery that Omega possesses the key to successful midi-chlorian transfer makes her the most valuable person in the galaxy. Her blood can create Force-sensitive clones that retain their abilities rather than rejecting them like other subjects. This breakthrough brings Project Necromancer closer to its ultimate goal. The final assault on Mount Tantis becomes a coordinated effort between Rex's clone underground and the Bad Batch's rescue mission. Their combined attack frees dozens of prisoners while destroying valuable Imperial research data. Clone troopers who've spent years in captivity finally taste freedom again. Crosshair's steady shooting hand returns at the crucial moment when Hemlock threatens Omega. His perfect shot breaks the restraints binding her to the Imperial scientist, allowing Hunter to finish what they started. The moment represents both personal redemption and tactical victory for the squad. Nala Se's sacrifice to destroy Hemlock's research data ensures that Project Necromancer suffers a major setback. Her detonation of the laboratory eliminates years of genetic research and genetic samples, forcing the Empire to start over with their cloning experiments. The last Kaminoan dies, protecting the children she helped create. The destruction of Mount Tantis scatters its survivors across the galaxy. Clone prisoners gain freedom while Imperial scientists flee with whatever research they can carry. Some of these escaped projects will resurface decades later when the Emperor reveals his survival to a shocked galaxy. Emery Carr's defection from Imperial service shows how witnessing atrocities can change even loyal soldiers. The clone scientist who worked for Hemlock chooses to help rescue the imprisoned children rather than continue serving the Empire's cruel experiments. Her decision represents the moral awakening that eventually undermines Imperial authority. Omega's rescue reveals how much she's grown during her imprisonment. No longer the innocent child who left Kamino, she's learned to survive among enemies while maintaining her humanity. Her leadership among the other captive children demonstrates natural abilities that will serve the galaxy well in years to come. The series finale epilogue shows an adult Omega preparing to join the rebellion. Her departure from Pabu represents the next generation taking up the fight against Imperial oppression. The choice to leave her peaceful life for dangerous resistance work honors the sacrifices made by those who came before. Hunter, Wrecker, and Crosshair settle into retirement on Pabu, finally finding the peace that eluded them throughout the Clone Wars and Imperial era. Their decision to step back from active combat allows younger fighters like Omega to carry on their mission. The cycle of mentorship and sacrifice continues. Echo chooses to continue working with Rex's clone resistance network rather than retire with his squad. His commitment to helping other clones escape Imperial service reflects his unique position as both Bad Batch member and regular clone trooper. The work of liberation continues even as the war officially ends. The Bad Batch's story illuminates how ordinary people resist extraordinary oppression through small acts of courage and defiance. Their missions save individual lives rather than entire worlds, but those personal victories accumulate into something larger. Every family helped, every prisoner freed, every act of resistance adds another crack to the Empire's foundation. Their transformation from soldiers to protectors reflects changes happening across the galaxy during these crucial years. Military values of discipline and hierarchy give way to family bonds and personal loyalty. Orders from distant authorities become less important than protecting people within reach. The Empire's early years see rapid expansion of authoritarian control alongside growing pockets of resistance. Imperial policies create the very opposition they're designed to prevent. The Bad Batch witnesses this process firsthand as their network of allies expands beyond anything they originally imagined. Crosshair's journey from loyal Imperial to protective brother demonstrates that redemption remains possible even after terrible choices. His willingness to sacrifice for Omega and his squad proves that family bonds can overcome years of programming and ideology. The capacity for change offers hope during the galaxy's darkest period. The destruction of Mount Tantus deals a significant blow to Imperial cloning research, but scattered scientists continue their work in hidden facilities. These projects will eventually bear fruit when Palpatine returns in a cloned body decades later. The Bad Batch's victory is real but incomplete, like most victories against tyranny. Their story bridges the gap between the Republic's fall and the Rebellion's rise. During these crucial years when the Empire seems invincible and hope seems impossible, small groups of dedicated people preserve the values that will eventually topple Palpatine's regime. They prove that freedom survives in the choices made by individuals who refuse to surrender. The galaxy moves toward larger conflicts that will define the Imperial era. Criminal organizations adapt to new opportunities created by Imperial corruption. Jedi survivors remain in hiding while building networks that will eventually support the rebellion. The seeds of future resistance take root in the soil of present suffering. As the Empire consolidates power and resistance movements begin forming, the Bad Batch's example inspires others to similar acts of courage. Their defiance against unjust orders, protection of the innocent, and rejection of authoritarian control establish patterns that will eventually destroy the regime they helped create. In a galaxy where hope becomes treason, they prove that some things are worth fighting for, regardless of the cost. The Clone Wars are over. The Empire rules with an iron fist, and criminals are having the time of their lives. 10 years after Palpatine seized power, the galaxy has become a playground for smugglers, gangsters, and anyone willing to bend the rules for a quick profit. This is where we find a young street rat on Corellia who dreams of becoming the greatest pilot in the galaxy. His name is Han, and he doesn't have a last name yet. Corellia isn't the glamorous capital world of Coruscant or the peaceful lakes of Naboo. It's an industrial nightmare of shipyards and factories where children grow up fast or don't grow up at all. Han survives by stealing, scamming, and staying one step ahead of the local crime bosses who run the planet like their personal kingdom. The White Worms gang controls Han's neighborhood from the sewers beneath Coronet City. Their leader is Lady Proxima, a massive serpentine creature who uses orphaned children as thieves and pickpockets. Han works for her because he doesn't have a choice, but he dreams of escape every single day. His partner in crime is Kira, a girl around his age who shares his dreams of leaving Corellia behind. They've been planning their escape for months, saving up credits and stolen goods to buy passage off-world. When they finally make their move, everything goes wrong almost immediately. The job involves stealing coaxium, a volatile hyperfuel that powers starships across the galaxy. Han and Kira manage to steal enough refined coaxium to buy their way to freedom, but Lady Proxima's enforcers catch up with them before they can reach the spaceport. The chase through Coronet City showcases Han's natural piloting skills as he weaves his speeder through traffic, construction sites, and narrow alleyways that would challenge experienced racers. They reach the Imperial recruitment station, where off-world transport awaits anyone willing to join the Imperial Navy. Han bribes the Imperial officer with their stolen coaxium and secures passage for both of them. But Lady Proxima's creatures attack at the last moment, separating the young lovers just as Han boards the transport. Kira gets dragged back into the depths of Corellia, while Han watches helplessly through the transport's windows. He promises to return for her, a vow that will drive his actions for the next 3 years. The Imperial recruiter asks for his family name, and since Han doesn't have one, the officer assigns him Solo because he's traveling alone. 3 years later, Han Solo is serving as an infantryman on the mud planet Mimban after getting kicked out of the Imperial Flight Academy for insubordination. The Empire is fighting a vicious ground war against the native Mimbanese, using overwhelming firepower and chemical weapons to crush any resistance. Han meets his future while serving in the trenches. A group of criminals posing as Imperial soldiers catches his attention because they're obviously not regular military. Their leader is Tobias Beckett, a grizzled veteran smuggler whose crew includes Val, an explosives expert, and Rio Durant, a 4-armed pilot. When Han tries to blackmail his way onto Beckett's crew, the older man has him arrested and thrown into a pit with a beast that turns out to be Chewbacca. The Wookiee has been captured by Imperial forces and is being used as an execution method for troublesome soldiers. Han's ability to understand Shiri-Wook saves both their lives as he convinces Chewbacca to work together rather than fight each other. Their escape from the pit marks the beginning of the most famous partnership in galactic history. Chewbacca owes Han a life debt according to Wookiee tradition, but their relationship quickly grows beyond obligation into genuine friendship. Beckett's crew reluctantly accepts the two fugitives for their next job. They're planning to steal a shipment of refined coaxium from an Imperial conveyex transport, a massive cargo train that travels through the snowy mountains of Vandor. The train is heavily defended by range troopers in specialized cold-weather armor. Enfys Nest and her Cloud Riders attack the train at the same time Beckett's crew is trying to rob it. These masked raiders on speeder bikes interfere with Beckett's careful plan and cost him half his crew. Val dies in an explosion that destroys a bridge, sacrificing herself to complete the mission. Rio Durant gets shot by range troopers while piloting their escape ship. By the time the smoke clears, Beckett has lost his partner and his pilot, leaving him with just Han and Chewbacca to face his angry employer. That employer is Dryden Voss, the public face of the Crimson Dawn crime syndicate. His luxury yacht orbits the planet Savareen like a floating palace, decorated with artifacts stolen from across the galaxy. Voss presents himself as a gentleman gangster with impeccable manners and refined tastes, but his facial scars change color with his emotions, revealing the monster beneath the sophisticated exterior. When Beckett arrives empty-handed, Voss considers killing him for wasting Crimson Dawn's time and money. Han convinces the crime lord to give them another chance by proposing an even bigger score. There's unrefined coaxium in the spice mines of Kessel, enough to replace what they lost on Vandor and pay back their debt with interest. The reunion between Han and Kira aboard Voss's yacht reveals how much both have changed during their separation. She's no longer the street thief from Corellia, but a polished lieutenant in a criminal organization, skilled in both politics and violence. She's learned Teras Kasi fighting techniques that make her deadly in close combat, and understands the complex relationships between crime syndicates and Imperial officials. The Kessel job requires a fast ship, which leads them to Lando Calrissian. The smooth-talking smuggler owns the Millennium Falcon, supposedly the fastest freighter in the galaxy. He's also a professional gambler who makes his living playing sabacc in high-stakes games across the Outer Rim. Han challenges Lando to a card game with the Falcon as the prize, but Lando cheats with a hidden sabacc card to ensure victory. The older smuggler agrees to join their mission for a percentage of the profits, bringing his ship and his droid co-pilot L337. L337 represents a unique perspective on droid rights and artificial consciousness. She's modified herself with parts from various droid types and advocates for droid liberation throughout the galaxy. Her relationship with Lando challenges traditional assumptions about the nature of consciousness. The journey to Kessel reveals the Millennium Falcon in its prime. Lando has customized every system and maintained the ship in perfect condition. The pristine hull and spotless interior contrast sharply with the battered freighter Han will pilot years later. Kessel itself embodies everything wrong with Imperial rule. The spice mines use slave labor to extract valuable minerals under horrific conditions. Wookiees, humans, and various alien species work until they die in tunnels that stretch deep into the planet's core. The operation is run by the Pike Syndicate with Imperial approval. The rescue mission becomes a full-scale slave revolt when L337 incites the imprisoned droids to rebellion. Her actions trigger a massive uprising as slaves of all species fight for their freedom. The chaos provides cover for Han's team to steal 12 canisters of unrefined coaxium, but it also forces them to flee through a war zone. L337's destruction during the escape devastates Lando and changes the Falcon forever. Her navigational database gets uploaded into the ship's computer, giving it the unique personality that Han will later describe as temperamental. The droid's sacrifice to help enslaved beings escape represents artificial intelligence applied to the cause of freedom. The Kessel Run becomes legend as Han pilots the damaged Falcon through the Akadis maelstrom. The route takes them through dangerous graveyards and cosmic phenomena that would destroy most ships. Imperial forces pursue them while the unrefined coaxium becomes increasingly unstable, threatening to explode. Han's piloting during the run establishes his reputation as one of the galaxy's best star pilots. He makes impossible maneuvers through asteroid fields and gravitational anomalies while TIE fighters try to shoot them down. The route he takes cuts through hyperspace in ways that shouldn't be possible, shortening the traditional Kessel Run from 18 to 12 parsecs. The escape sequence culminates with an encounter with a massive space creature called a Summer Verminoth. The tentacled monster attacks the Falcon in the maw, forcing Han to inject coaxium directly into the engines for extra power. Their narrow escape cements the ship's reputation for making impossible journeys. The rendezvous on Savareen brings all the competing factions together for the story's climax. Dryden Voss arrives to collect his coaxium. Enfys Nest appears with her Cloud Riders to steal it. Han tries to play all sides against each other, while Beckett prepares to betray everyone for his own survival. The revelation that Enfys Nest is a teenage girl fighting against Imperial oppression reframes the entire conflict. Her Cloud Riders aren't pirates, but freedom fighters who redistribute stolen Imperial resources to worlds suffering under authoritarian rule. They represent the grassroots resistance that will eventually become the Rebel Alliance. Han's plan to trick Dryden Voss demonstrates his growth from naive idealist to cunning strategist. He creates fake coaxium to sell to the crime lord while giving the real shipment to the rebels. It's a complex scheme that requires perfect timing and absolute trust between people who have every reason to betray each other. Beckett's betrayal teaches Han the hardest lesson about criminal life. The mentor he's come to trust sells him out to save his own skin, revealing the information about Han's double cross to Dryden Voss. It's a devastating moment that shows how survival often requires abandoning loyalty and friendship. The final confrontation aboard Voss's yacht becomes a three-way battle between crime syndicate enforcers, rebel fighters, and the core characters. Kira demonstrates her combat skills, while Han learns that blasters are sometimes more effective than clever plans. Kira kills Dryden Voss in single combat, finally freeing herself from his control. But instead of escaping with Han as he expects, she chooses to stay and claim power for herself. Her decision to contact Voss's superior reveals hidden depths to her character and sets up future conflicts. The revelation that Darth Maul leads Crimson Dawn connects the criminal underworld to larger galactic events. The former Sith apprentice has survived his apparent death and built a new power base through organized crime. His cybernetic legs and continued hatred for those who wronged him make him a formidable opponent. Maul's appearance explains how the Sith maintain influence even after the Empire's rise. While Palpatine and Vader control the official government, Maul operates in the shadows through criminal networks. His conversation with Kira suggests long-term plans that could threaten Imperial stability. Han's confrontation with Beckett provides closure to their mentor-student relationship. The older smuggler's final lesson about trusting no one comes at the cost of his life, as Han shoots him before he can draw his weapon. It's a cold-blooded moment that marks Han's transition from idealistic youth to hardened criminal. The loss of Kira to Crimson Dawn forces Han to accept that some relationships can't survive the choices people make to survive. She chooses power and security over love and freedom, following a path that takes her away from everything they once shared. Their separation sets up the cynical attitude Han displays when Luke Skywalker meets him years later. The final sabacc game between Han and Lando provides a satisfying conclusion to their rivalry. This time, Han wins the Millennium Falcon through skill rather than luck, having stolen the card Lando used to cheat in their first game. The victory gives him the ship that will become his most valuable possession. The film ends with Han and Chewbacca departing for Tatooine to investigate a job opportunity mentioned by Beckett. That job will presumably lead them to Jabba the Hutt and the smuggling career that defines their lives for the next decade. The promise of future adventures hangs in the air as they jump to hyperspace in their newly won ship. Solo establishes several key elements that resonate throughout the Star Wars saga. Han's relationship with Chewbacca provides the emotional foundation for his later heroism. His complicated history with Lando explains the tension between them in the original trilogy. His cynical worldview stems from betrayals and losses he experiences during this formative period. The connection between criminal activity and political resistance emerges as organizations like Crimson Dawn fill the power vacuum created by imperial policies. These criminal networks become stepping stones for people seeking power or simply trying to survive. Enfys Nest's rebels use criminal methods to fight imperial oppression, while Han learns that sometimes breaking the law is the only way to help people suffering under unjust authority. The Imperial military's brutality on Mimban demonstrates how the Empire maintains control through overwhelming force and casual cruelty. The chemical weapons, mass casualties, and pointless violence show that Imperial peace comes at the cost of freedom and dignity for countless beings throughout the galaxy. Criminal organizations like Crimson Dawn operate with Imperial approval on worlds like Kessel, where slave labor extracts valuable resources under horrific conditions. The Empire profits from suffering while maintaining plausible deniability about the methods used to generate wealth and materials for the war machine. Solo reveals an empire at the height of its power, but already showing signs of the corruption that will eventually destroy it. The heavy-handed security measures drive people toward criminal enterprises and resistance movements. Each act of oppression creates new enemies, while criminal networks provide resources and motivation for future rebellion. The time period between the Bad Batch's resistance and the organized rebel alliance shows how individual acts of defiance accumulate into larger patterns of opposition. Enfys Nest's Cloud Riders represent one of many groups fighting Imperial authority across the galaxy. Their activities lay groundwork for the coordinated rebellion that will eventually challenge the Empire's rule. As the Empire tightens its grip and criminal organizations adapt to new opportunities, the stage is set for the next phase of galactic conflict. The seeds of rebellion continue growing in the suffering of oppressed populations, while figures like Han Solo learn to navigate the dangerous waters between Empire and Resistance. Ten years have passed since the galaxy fell into darkness, and the man who could have stopped it all lives like a broken hermit in the desert. Ben Kenobi spends his days hiding in a cave on Tatooine, watching over young Luke Skywalker from a distance while carrying the weight of his greatest failure. The Jedi Master, who once commanded clone armies and counseled senators, now struggles to meditate without falling apart. His connection to the Force has withered like a plant without water. Every attempt to reach out to his dead master Qui-Gon Jinn ends in silence. The guilt of training Anakin Skywalker, of watching him become Darth Vader, has eaten away at his spirit until barely anything remains. Obi-Wan's daily routine has become a cycle of survival and regret. He wakes in his cave in the Jundland wastes, tends to his few possessions, and occasionally ventures to the edge of Owen Lars's moisture farm to check on Luke. The boy is growing up healthy and strong, but Owen makes it clear that Ben should keep his distance. The farmer wants no part of Jedi business or galactic conflicts. The Empire has turned the galaxy into a place where hope goes to die. On world after world, Imperial forces hunt down anyone who might have served the Republic or shown Force sensitivity. The Inquisitorius, led by the Grand Inquisitor, systematically tracks down surviving Jedi with ruthless efficiency. Most who escaped Order 66 have been found and killed. The few who remain live in constant fear. Among the Inquisitors hunting Jedi survivors is the Third Sister, a young woman whose hatred burns brighter than her red lightsaber. Reva Savander carries secrets that even her fellow Inquisitors don't know. She was once a Jedi youngling, one of the children who witnessed Anakin Skywalker's massacre at the temple 10 years ago. Everything she's done since has been building toward one goal: getting close enough to Darth Vader to kill him. Her plan begins on Alderaan, where 10-year-old Princess Leia Organa already shows the intelligence and courage that will define her future. During a formal ceremony in the royal palace, Leia demonstrates her ability to see through political lies and adult deceptions. She knows when people are trying to manipulate her, and she's not afraid to call them out on it. But even royal security can't protect her from what's coming. Reva orchestrates Leia's kidnapping as bait to draw Obi-Wan out of hiding. She knows that Bail Organa was close to the Jedi during the Clone Wars, and she's gambling that he'll reach out to any surviving friends when his daughter disappears. The kidnapping happens during what should have been a normal day in the Alderaanian forest. Leia plays among the trees while her cousin and security detail watch from nearby. When hooded figures emerge from the shadows, the guards react too slowly. Within minutes, the princess is gone, spirited away by mercenaries working for the Empire without knowing it. Bail Organa's desperate journey to Tatooine brings him face to face with a man he barely recognizes. The Obi-Wan Kenobi he once knew was confident, decisive, ready to take on any challenge. This broken hermit living in the desert seems like a completely different person. But Bail has nowhere else to turn. His daughter is missing, and old friends are all he has left. Obi-Wan's initial refusal to help reveals how completely he's lost himself. He insists he's not the man Bail remembers, that he's failed at everything that mattered. His responsibility is to Luke now, not to other people's children. But Bail's words about Leia's parentage cut through his defenses. This isn't just any child in danger. This is Anakin's daughter, Padme's daughter, the twin sister of the boy he's supposed to protect. The journey to find Leia takes Obi-Wan to Daiyu, a neon-soaked urban world where criminals and refugees blend together in the shadows. The planet's towering cities never sleep, filled with beings trying to disappear from Imperial attention. It's the perfect place to hide a kidnapped princess, but also the perfect place for hunters to wait for their prey. Daiyu's criminal underworld includes people like Haja Estray, a con artist who pretends to be a Jedi to scam desperate families. He charges credits to help people escape Imperial persecution, using simple tricks and sleight of hand, to convince them he has Force powers. When he realizes he's dealing with a real Jedi, his first instinct is fear. Real Jedi tend to complicate things for people in his line of work. Obi-Wan's attempts to use the Force fail catastrophically. His Jedi mind tricks don't work on anyone. His lightsaber feels foreign in his hands. Even basic Force senses that once came naturally now require tremendous effort. 10 years of guilt and isolation have severed his connection to the very power that once defined him. The search for Leia leads through Dayu's Undercity, where the desperate and dangerous gather in equal measure. Spice dealers work corners while Imperial sympathizers report suspicious activity to earn rewards. The princess has been hidden somewhere in this maze of crime and corruption, but finding her requires skills Obi-Wan no longer possesses. When Reva reveals herself as the mastermind behind the kidnapping, her true plan becomes clear. She doesn't want to capture Obi-Wan for the Empire. She wants to use him as bait for a much bigger target. Darth Vader, the man who killed her fellow younglings, will come running if he knows his former master has been found. And when he does, she'll be ready. The confrontation on Dayu's rooftops showcases how far both Obi-Wan and the Inquisitors have fallen. The Grand Inquisitor arrives to stop Reva's unauthorized operation, leading to a three-way conflict between former Jedi who now serve different masters. Lightsabers clash above the city's neon landscape while civilians scatter below. Obi-Wan's escape with Leia marks the beginning of their unlikely partnership. The 10-year-old princess is nothing like her father at that age. Where young Anakin was impulsive and emotional, Leia is calculating and controlled. She questions everything, trusts no one completely, and already shows the leadership instincts that will serve the rebellion. Their journey together becomes a masterclass in how to stay ahead of Imperial forces. Leia's knowledge of politics and people helps them navigate dangerous situations, while Obi-Wan's experience and connections provide resources they need. Slowly, his protective instincts toward Padme's daughter begin to reawaken his connection to the Force. The path network they encounter represents one of the galaxy's few sources of hope during these dark times. This underground railroad helps Jedi survivors and Force-sensitive families escape Imperial persecution. Safe houses hidden across multiple worlds provide temporary refuge for people with nowhere else to turn. The organization operates in absolute secrecy, using coded symbols and trusted contacts to move people to safety. Tala Durith represents the Empire's greatest weakness: good people trapped within an evil system. As an Imperial officer, she has access to codes, schedules, and intelligence that make her invaluable to the Resistance. But every day she spends helping enemies of the state brings her closer to discovery and execution. Her choice to aid the path, despite the personal cost, demonstrates the courage ordinary people can find when confronted with extraordinary evil. The Fortress Inquisitorius on the moon Nur serves as the Empire's center for Jedi hunting and torture. This underwater facility processes captured Force sensitives, breaking them through physical and psychological abuse until they either die or join the Inquisitors. The fortress's trophy room contains the preserved remains of Jedi who refused to turn, a grisly monument to the Empire's systematic extermination of hope. Obi-Wan's infiltration of the fortress brings him face to face with the scope of Imperial evil. Seeing the bodies of younglings preserved like hunting trophies breaks something inside him, but it also rekindles the righteous anger that once made him a formidable warrior. These children died because he failed to stop Anakin. Their deaths are his responsibility, and he owes them justice. The rescue mission becomes a desperate race against time as Imperial forces converge on the fortress. Tala and her loyal subordinate Wade sacrifice themselves to buy time for the others to escape. Their deaths serve as stark reminders that heroism in the Imperial era comes with a price that few survive to collect. But none of these dangers compare to what emerges from the shadows of Obi-Wan's past. Darth Vader has finally learned that his former master survived Mustafar, and he's coming to finish what their duel began. The confrontation between them will settle old scores and determine whether any hope remains for the galaxy's future. Their first encounter on the industrial world, Mapuzo, demonstrates how completely the balance of power has shifted. The Obi-Wan who once defeated General Grievous and dueled Count Dooku now struggles against an opponent he trained from childhood. Vader's power has grown enormously during his decade as a Sith Lord, while Obi-Wan's abilities have withered from disuse and despair. Vader's use of fire as a psychological weapon creates deliberate parallels to their Mustafar duel. He drags Obi-Wan through flames, letting his former master experience the pain he endured beside that lava river. The torture isn't just physical. It's a reminder of how their roles have reversed, how the student has surpassed the teacher in every way that matters to the dark side. Tala's timely rescue saves Obi-Wan from certain death, but it also forces him to confront his limitations. He can't defeat Vader in his current state. Years of self-imposed exile have cost him the skills and confidence he needs to protect anyone, including himself. If he's going to save Leia and help other innocents, he needs to find his way back to the Force. The process of reconnection begins slowly, with small moments of clarity and purpose. Training with Leia, whose natural Force sensitivity reminds him why the Jedi existed in the first place. Meditating on his failures without letting them consume him. Remembering that strength comes not from avoiding pain, but from accepting it and choosing to act despite it. Leia's own growth during their adventure reveals the woman she'll become. Her compassion for other children in danger, her refusal to abandon friends even when escape seems impossible, her instinctive understanding of right and wrong all point toward her future as a leader of the rebellion. Padme's daughter carries her mother's heart and her father's determination, but she's learned to control both. The final confrontation between Obi-Wan and Vader takes place on a barren moon, where their past can finally be laid to rest. This time, Obi-Wan fights not from weakness, but from renewed strength. His connection to the Force has returned, but more importantly, he's remembered who he chose to be before guilt and shame clouded his judgment. The duel itself becomes a conversation conducted with lightsabers. Every strike and parry carries emotional weight. Every force, push and pull represents years of history between them. Obi-Wan fights defensively at first, trying to reach whatever remains of Anakin beneath Vader's armor. But when it becomes clear that his former apprentice is truly gone, his tactics change. The moment when Obi-Wan cracks Vader's mask reveals the depth of both characters' transformations. Vader's scarred face, visible through the damaged helmet, shows what hatred and the dark side have cost him physically. But it's his words that reveal the true extent of his fall. When he declares that he destroyed Anakin Skywalker, he's not just speaking to Obi-Wan. He's convincing himself that the man he used to be never existed. Obi-Wan's response shows how completely he's healed from his own wounds. His apology for everything that happened carries genuine remorse, but also acceptance. He can't change the past, but he can choose how to move forward. When Vader insists that Anakin's destruction wasn't Obi-Wan's failure, it frees the Jedi Master from a decade of self-imposed guilt. The escape from their confrontation marks the end of Obi-Wan's journey back to himself. He's no longer the broken hermit who hid from his responsibilities. The man who emerges from this trial is someone who can face the future with hope, knowing that even in the galaxy's darkest hour, light can be found by those willing to seek it. Reva's parallel journey leads her to a different kind of redemption. Her pursuit of Luke on Tatooine forces her to confront what she's become in her quest for revenge. When she finds herself standing over an innocent child with a lightsaber in her hand, the ghost of her younger self stops her from completing the cycle of violence that began in the temple 10 years ago. Her choice to spare Luke represents the victory of her original nature over the darkness that consumed her. The youngling who once played in the temple halls still exists beneath the Inquisitor's armor. By choosing mercy over vengeance, she honors the memory of her fallen friends better than any act of violence could. The reunion between Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon's Force ghost provides closure to a relationship that began decades ago. Qui-Gon's explanation that Obi-Wan needed to heal before he could see him again validates the journey the younger Jedi has taken. Sometimes the greatest strength comes from admitting weakness and working to overcome it. Leia's return to Alderaan includes a moment of recognition that will echo through the saga. When Obi-Wan tells her about her parents, describing their courage and compassion, he plants seeds that will bloom years later. Her request to remember her real mother will become Luke's mission decades in the future, when he asks her to describe what she remembers about Padme. The final meeting between Obi-Wan and Luke establishes the relationship that will define the young Skywalker's destiny. When Ben Kenobi introduces himself to the boy for the first time, using the name that will become his identity for the next decade, he's beginning a friendship that will save the galaxy. Luke's wide-eyed wonder at seeing the Force in action mirrors his father's reaction at the same age, but without the fear and anger that led Anakin astray. Owen Lars' grudging acceptance of Obi-Wan's presence in their lives represents a small victory against the forces trying to divide them. The farmer's protective instincts toward Luke remain strong, but he's learned that some threats require allies he'd rather not trust. His agreement to let Obi-Wan maintain contact acknowledges that dark times require difficult choices. The Empire's continued hunt for Jedi survivors ensures that Obi-Wan's renewed activity won't go unnoticed forever. Imperial intelligence will eventually connect the dots between the Fortress Inquisitorius attack, Leia's rescue, and reports of Jedi activity in the Outer Rim. But by then, the galaxy will have other problems to worry about. The Path Network's expansion following Tala's sacrifice creates new opportunities for resistance against Imperial tyranny. Every family helped to safety, every Force-sensitive child smuggled away from Inquisitor attention represents a small victory against the Empire's attempt to extinguish hope. These individual acts of courage will eventually coalesce into something larger and more dangerous to Imperial interests. Reva's transformation from Inquisitor to Protector adds another Guardian to watch over potential threats to the Empire. Her knowledge of Imperial methods and Inquisitor operations makes her a valuable ally for anyone trying to stay hidden from official attention. The third sister is dead, but the youngling who survived Order 66 has finally found her true purpose. Vader's recognition that Obi-Wan has returned to full strength adds a new element to his calculations about the future. The weak hermit he defeated on Mapuzo has been replaced by the Jedi Master who once cut him down on Mustafar. This development complicates his plans, but also provides an opportunity. Strong opponents make victory more satisfying when it finally comes. The episode's themes of redemption and renewal extend beyond individual characters to the galaxy itself. Hope has been nearly extinguished, but small flames still burn in hidden corners. The Empire's power seems absolute, but it depends on fear and despair to maintain control. When people remember that resistance is possible, tyranny becomes vulnerable. 10 years after the Republic's fall, the seeds of its restoration have been planted. Luke Skywalker grows stronger under twin suns, protected by guardians who understand his importance. Leia Organa learns leadership on Alderaan, preparing for responsibilities she doesn't yet comprehend. Across the galaxy, survivors of the Old Order remember what they're fighting to restore. The Empire believes it has won permanently, that the Jedi are extinct and democracy is dead forever. But empires built on fear carry the seeds of their own destruction. Every act of cruelty creates new enemies. Every innocent death inspires new heroes. The Sith think they've learned from their ancient mistakes, but they've only postponed their inevitable reckoning. Obi-Wan Kenobi's journey from broken hermit to renewed protector demonstrates that even the deepest despair can be overcome through choice and commitment. The Force flows through all living things, but it requires living beings to choose hope over fear, action over paralysis, connection over isolation. His example will inspire others to make similar choices when their time comes. The galaxy's darkest hour is not yet over, but it's no longer growing darker. Light has begun to return to corners where shadows seemed permanent. The Empire's reign of terror continues, but its foundations have started to crack. And in the distance, still years away but drawing closer with each passing season, the dawn of a new hope begins to break over the horizon. Balance will be restored to the Force, but not through the chosen one anyone expected. The path forward leads through sacrifice and loss, through trials that will test every hero's resolve. But it also leads through friendship and love, through connections that prove stronger than any weapon the Empire can deploy. The Kenobi who emerges from this crucible is ready for whatever comes next. He's found his way back to the light, and he's prepared to help others find theirs as well. The galaxy has forgotten what freedom looks like, but he remembers. And when the time comes, he'll help teach a new generation of heroes how to fight for it. The waiting is almost over. The pieces are falling into place. And somewhere in the Force, the future stirs with possibilities that will reshape everything once again. The Empire rules the galaxy with absolute power, and hope seems like a forgotten dream. But in the shadows of tyranny, two very different groups of people are about to discover that even the smallest spark can light a fire that burns down empires. 5 years before Luke Skywalker destroys the Death Star, rebellion stirs on opposite ends of the galaxy. On the outer rim world of Lothal, a teenage street thief named Ezra Bridger stumbles into a crew of freedom fighters calling themselves the Spectres. Meanwhile, on the industrial planet Ferrix, a man named Cassian Andor kills 2 corrupt security officers in self-defense and sets off a chain of events that will transform him from survivor to revolutionary. These aren't the clean-cut heroes of legend. They're desperate people living under the boot of oppression, making impossible choices just to see another sunrise. But their separate journeys will converge into something the Empire never expected, a rebellion that can actually win. The Ghost Crew operates from a modified light freighter that's seen better decades. Captain Hera Syndulla pilots their ship with skill inherited from her father Cham, who fought separatists during the Clone Wars and now fights the Empire on Ryloth. Her calm leadership holds together a group of misfits who probably shouldn't work together, but somehow do. Kanan Jarrus carries the weight of being one of the last Jedi in the galaxy. He survived Order 66 as Padawan Caleb Doom, watching his master die to save him. For years, he's hidden his lightsaber and suppressed his connection to the Force, but training Ezra forces him to rediscover what it means to be a Jedi in a galaxy that's forgotten their purpose. Sabine Wren brings Mandalorian warrior skills and an artist's eye to their operations. Her graffiti tags mock Imperial propaganda, while her explosives expertise gives their raids extra punch. She's running from her past as an Imperial Academy cadet who created weapons used against her own people, seeking redemption through rebellion. Garazeb Aurelios, called Zeb by his friends, is one of the last Lasat warriors. The Empire wiped out his homeworld and most of his species, leaving him with strength, rage, and a bow rifle that extends into a staff weapon. His hatred for the Empire runs deeper than personal. It's genocidal fury given purpose. Chopper rounds out their crew as the most temperamental astromech droid in the galaxy. Built from spare parts and held together by stubbornness, he's been with Hera since the Clone Wars and shows more personality than most organic beings. His wartime service gives him skills and attitude that make him invaluable and insufferable in equal measure. Ezra's recruitment happens by accident when he tries to steal cargo the Ghost Crew is already planning to liberate. His natural force sensitivity draws him to their ship, where he encounters his first lightsaber and discovers abilities he never knew he possessed. Kanan recognizes the signs immediately. Here's a force-sensitive teenager who needs training before the Empire finds him. The planet Lothal becomes their primary base of operations, though it's anything but safe. Imperial forces occupy the world, exploiting its resources while oppressing its people. Governor Arehanda Price rules with increasing brutality, turning peaceful farmers and factory workers into reluctant supporters of rebellion through her harsh policies. Grand Moff Tarkin takes notice when rebel activity on Lothal escalates beyond local security's ability to handle. His solution is typically imperial, overwhelming force applied with ruthless efficiency. The Grand Inquisitor arrives to hunt down any surviving Jedi, turning the Ghost Crew's small-scale resistance into a fight for survival. The Inquisitor represents everything the Empire has done to corrupt Force users. Once a Jedi temple guard, he's been twisted into a hunter of his former brothers and sisters. His spinning double-bladed lightsaber and knowledge of Jedi combat forms make him a terrifying opponent for Kanan, who's spent years avoiding exactly this kind of confrontation. Their first duel reveals how much Kanan has lost during his exile. The Inquisitor easily defeats him, demonstrating superior technique and tactical awareness. Only intervention from the rest of the Ghost Crew saves Kanan's life, but the encounter forces him to confront his limitations as both Jedi and teacher. Meanwhile, thousands of light years away, Cassian Andor's life unravels on Ferrix when those two security officers end up dead. The corporate sector authority investigates the killings, bringing Imperial attention to a world that's tried to stay beneath notice. Cassian's adoptive mother, Marva, urges him to run, but leaving means abandoning everything he's ever known. The investigation draws Deputy Inspector Cyril Khan, an ambitious bureaucrat who sees solving this case as his path to advancement within Imperial security. His pursuit of Cassian becomes personal when the corporate sector authority dissolves and his career prospects collapse. The case consumes him, driving him to obsessive lengths that will define his future. Cassian's escape from Ferrix leads him to Luthen Rael, an antiques dealer on Coruscant, who's actually one of the rebellion's key organizers. Luthen recognizes potential in Cassian, not as a hero or believer, but as someone desperate enough to take risks others won't. Their partnership begins with mutual distrust and grows into something approaching respect. Luthen's shop serves as a front for recruiting rebels and moving resources to resistant cells across the galaxy. His collection of artifacts from fallen civilizations reminds visitors of what the Empire destroys, while his connections reach into the highest levels of Imperial society. He's spent years building networks that can strike at the Empire without revealing their true scope. The Aldhani heist represents Luthen's strategy in action. A small team infiltrates an Imperial treasury during a celestial event that happens once every few years, stealing payroll funds intended for an entire sector. The operation succeeds, but costs most of the team their lives, demonstrating the price of rebellion while funding future operations. Cassian's role in the heist transforms him from reluctant participant to committed rebel. Seeing how the Empire treats ordinary people, farmers forced off their land, civilians murdered for convenience, awakens something in him that money alone never could. The deaths of his teammates weigh on him, but their sacrifice gives meaning to his own survival. Back on Lothal, the Ghost Crew's activities attract increasingly dangerous attention. Agent Callus of the Imperial Security Bureau becomes their primary hunter, using tactics learned during the Empire's genocide of the Lasat. His personal vendetta against Zeb adds emotional weight to their conflict, with both warriors carrying guilt over Lasan's destruction. Ezra's training accelerates under pressure from Imperial pursuit. Kanan teaches him lightsaber techniques while Hera shows him piloting skills. Sabine demonstrates explosives handling and Zeb covers hand-to-hand combat. The teenager's natural abilities grow rapidly, but so does his impatience with Jedi restraint and philosophy. The discovery of other rebel cells changes everything for the Ghost Crew. What they thought was isolated resistance reveals itself as part of a larger movement. Phoenix Squadron, led by Commander Jun Sato, coordinates multiple rebel operations across the Outer Rim. Their ships are few and their resources limited, but they're building something the Empire fears: hope. Ahsoka Tano's introduction as the mysterious Fulcrum operative connects their rebellion to the larger galactic conflict. Her guidance helps coordinate rebel activities while keeping individual cells isolated for security. When she finally reveals herself to save the Ghost Crew from an Imperial trap, her identity shocks everyone who remembers the Clone Wars. The reunion between Ahsoka and Rex demonstrates how Order 66's survivors have adapted to Imperial rule. The former clone captain has removed his inhibitor chip and now fights against the Empire that betrayed him. His military expertise helps train rebel pilots and soldiers, while his loyalty to Ahsoka bridges the gap between clone and Jedi experiences. Darth Vader's arrival changes the entire dynamic of the rebellion. His presence on Lothal signals Imperial recognition that local rebel activity threatens their larger plans. When Vader's TIE Advanced engages rebel fighters, his superior skills nearly wipe out Phoenix Squadron single-handedly. Only coordinated sacrifice saves any rebels from his attack. The confrontation between Ahsoka and Vader on Malachor creates one of the rebellion's darkest moments. Their duel reveals Anakin Skywalker's identity beneath the mechanical suit, confirming Ahsoka's worst fears about her former master's fate. The Sith Temple's collapse appears to kill them both, though Ahsoka's survival remains uncertain until much later. Ezra's discovery of a Sith holocron during the Malachor mission tempts him with dark side knowledge. The artifact's whispers promise power to protect his friends, but its influence gradually corrupts his judgment. Kanan's growing blindness, caused by Maul's lightsaber, forces the Padawan to take more responsibility while struggling with darker impulses. On Coruscant, Mon Mothma's political maneuvering provides crucial support for the rebellion's activities. As a sitting senator, she can't openly oppose the Empire, but her resources and connections enable Luthen's operations. Her careful balance between public service and secret rebellion becomes increasingly difficult as Imperial surveillance intensifies. Saw Gerrera represents the rebellion's more extreme elements. His partisans on Jedha fight the Empire with tactics that blur the line between resistance and terrorism. When Cassian encounters Saw's forces, he sees what he could become if revenge becomes more important than justice. The meeting forces him to examine his own motivations and methods. The revelation of the Death Star project unites different rebel factions around a common threat. Galen Erso's message about the battle station's vulnerability reaches the rebellion through his daughter Jyn, setting up the desperate mission to steal the Death Star plans. This shared purpose finally brings scattered rebel cells together into a unified alliance to restore the Republic. Grand Admiral Thrawn's assignment to deal with the Lothal Rebellion demonstrates how seriously the Empire takes their growing threat. The blue-skinned Chiss studies his enemies through their art and culture, using psychological insights to predict their strategies. His methodical approach succeeds where brute force failed, systematically dismantling rebel operations. Thrawn's campaign against Phoenix Squadron forces them to abandon multiple bases and lose valuable ships and personnel. His tactical brilliance makes every rebel victory costly, while Imperial defeats become learning experiences. The rebels win battles but find themselves losing the larger war against an opponent who adapts faster than they do. The liberation of Lothal requires Ezra to make the ultimate sacrifice. Using his connection to the Purrgil space whales, He calls them to attack Thrawn's forces during the final assault on the planet. The whales grab both Ezra and Thrawn, carrying them into hyperspace to parts unknown. Lothal gains its freedom, but the cost is the loss of its greatest defender. Cassian's journey culminates on Scarif, where he leads the desperate mission to steal the Death Star plans. His partnership with Jyn Erso bridges their different approaches to rebellion, her idealism balanced by his pragmatism. Together, they sacrifice everything to ensure the Death Star's weakness reaches the Rebel Alliance in time. The transmission of the Death Star plans represents the culmination of everything both rebellion stories have built toward. Years of small victories, painful losses, and gradual growth create the moment when the Empire's ultimate weapon becomes vulnerable. Luke Skywalker will destroy the Death Star, but only because rebels like Ezra and Cassian made that victory possible. The Ghost Crew's epilogue shows how their rebellion evolves into the New Republic. Hera becomes a general, leading starfighter squadrons against Imperial remnants. Zeb discovers other Lasat survivors, proving his species wasn't completely wiped out. Sabine continues her search for Ezra, eventually joining Ahsoka on that mission years later. Rex's participation in the Battle of Endor connects the Clone Wars generation to the Empire's final defeat. The clone, who once served Anakin Skywalker, helps destroy the regime that Darth Vader built. His presence at the victory celebration represents both personal redemption and historical justice for Order 66's betrayal. The formation of the Rebel Alliance from scattered resistance cells demonstrates how tyranny creates its own opposition. The Empire's cruelty turns loyal citizens into enemies, while its incompetence gives rebels opportunities to strike. What begins as desperate survival grows into organized resistance and eventually triumphant rebellion. Both stories emphasize the human cost of resistance against overwhelming power. Every victory requires sacrifice. Every success demands payment in blood and loss. The rebels who survive carry the weight of those who didn't, using their grief as fuel for continued fighting. Hope becomes a weapon as powerful as any starfighter or blaster. The overlap between Rebels and Andor during the same time period shows rebellion from multiple perspectives. Ezra's force-powered adventures contrast with Cassian's grounded espionage, but both serve the same cause. Their different approaches, mystical versus practical, combine into a movement strong enough to challenge galactic tyranny. Mon Mothma's transformation from senator to rebel leader bridges both stories' political themes. Her public denouncement of the Emperor and flight from Coruscant signals the end of peaceful opposition and the beginning of open warfare. The rebellion no longer hides in shadows, but stands ready to fight for the galaxy's future. The Death Star's construction provides a timeline that connects both narratives to the larger saga. What begins as rumors of a secret Imperial project becomes the ultimate threat that unifies all rebel factions. The weapon designed to ensure Imperial dominance instead becomes the catalyst for the Empire's destruction. Vader's hunt for rebel leaders drives much of the conflict in both stories. His presence terrifies rebels while inspiring them to greater sacrifice. The Dark Lord, who once brought hope to the galaxy, now serves as a reminder of what the Empire destroys. His very existence proves that evil can triumph, but also that good can fall and still find redemption. The Jedi's role in the rebellion evolves from hiding to leadership. Kanan and Ezra represent Hope's return to the galaxy, while Ahsoka bridges the old Republic's memory with the new rebellion's promise. Their use of the Force inspires others to believe that the Empire's power isn't absolute, that mystery and wonder still exist. Technology plays crucial roles in both rebellions. The Ghost's modifications enable daring escapes, while Cassian's intelligence gathering provides strategic advantages. Imperial overconfidence in their superior equipment creates vulnerabilities that clever rebels exploit. Sometimes old ships and desperate courage prove more valuable than the newest weapons. The cultural diversity of the rebellion reflects the galaxy's richness that the Empire tries to suppress. Twi'leks, Lasat, humans, Chiss, and dozens of other species unite against Imperial human supremacy. Their different perspectives and abilities strengthen the movement while proving that cooperation defeats oppression. Family bonds motivate many rebel actions. Ezra seeks parents lost to Imperial persecution, while Cassian honors his adoptive mother's teachings. Hera follows her father's example of resistance, and Sabine tries to save her homeworld from her own weapons. Love becomes rebellion's greatest strength and the Empire's fatal weakness. The transition from scattered cells to unified alliance shows how movements grow and mature. Early rebels fight for personal reasons: revenge, survival, protection of loved ones. Gradually, they develop shared ideology and common purpose. The Rebel Alliance emerges when individual motivations align with galactic necessity. Both stories end at the same point: the Death Star plans in rebel hands and the Empire's ultimate weapon vulnerable to attack. The journey from desperate resistance to organized rebellion creates the foundation for everything that follows. Luke Skywalker's heroics become possible only because others paid the price in preparation. The legacy of these rebels extends far beyond their immediate victories. They prove that ordinary people can challenge extraordinary power when they work together. Their example inspires future generations to resist tyranny in all its forms. The Empire falls not to superior force, but to superior spirit, and that spirit begins with rebels like these. Everything the rebels have been building toward comes down to one desperate mission that nobody expects to survive. After years of scattered resistance and secret operations, the rebellion finally has a chance to strike at the Empire's most terrifying weapon, but the cost will be higher than anyone imagines. It's been weeks since the Rebel Alliance officially formed from scattered cells across the galaxy. The Death Star is nearly complete, and Imperial Director Orson Krennic believes his superweapon will end the rebellion before it can truly begin. What he doesn't know is that the man forced to build his ultimate weapon has been planning its destruction from the very beginning. Galen Erso stands in his laboratory aboard the Death Star, putting the finishing touches on a reactor design that will power the station's planet-killing laser. To everyone around him, he's the brilliant scientist who solved the Empire's energy problems. In reality, he's been carefully engineering a fatal flaw that will give the rebels their only hope of victory. The scientist's story began years earlier on the peaceful farming world of Lamu, where he lived in hiding with his wife Lyra and young daughter Jin. Director Krennic's arrival shattered their quiet life, forcing Galen back into Imperial service while Lyra died protecting their family. Little Jin escaped into the wasteland, eventually rescued by Saw Gerrera's partisans. Now 15 years later, that same Jin Erso rots in an Imperial labor camp, using the survival skills Saw taught her to stay alive one day at a time. She's become exactly what the Empire creates: a criminal, a rebel, someone with nothing left to lose. The Rebel Alliance needs that desperation, even if they don't fully trust it. Captain Cassian Andor leads the rescue mission that breaks Jin out of Imperial custody. His orders come directly from Mon Mothma herself: bring Galen Erso's daughter to the rebellion, because she might be their only way to reach Saw Gerrera. The extremist leader has captured an Imperial pilot who claims to have a message from Galen about the Death Star. K2SO accompanies Cassian on the extraction, a reprogrammed Imperial security droid whose dry humor masks lethal combat capabilities. The towering black droid was once a prison guard until Cassian turned him into a rebel asset. His Imperial appearance allows the team to move through checkpoints, while his programming gives them access to classified information. Jin's initial meeting with the Rebel Alliance leadership reveals how far apart they still are from the heroes of legend. These people argue constantly, disagree about tactics, and seem more interested in politics than action. Some want to negotiate with the Empire, others demand immediate military strikes, and most simply hope the Death Star rumors aren't true. Mon Mothma tries to convince Jin that her father can be saved, that they can extract him safely and learn how to destroy his creation. The offer sounds genuine until Cassian reveals his real mission: kill Galen Erso before the Empire can complete their weapon. The rebellion needs the Death Star project ended, regardless of who dies in the process. The journey to Jedha takes them to a moon sacred to Force users throughout the galaxy. The Empire has occupied this holy world to mine kyber crystals for the Death Star's superlaser, turning temples into strip mines while forcing believers into hiding. It's the perfect testing ground for their new weapons' smaller-scale applications. Jedha City feels like a powder keg ready to explode. Imperial patrols march through ancient streets while pilgrims try to maintain their faith under occupation. Saw Gerrera's partisans launch random attacks against Imperial forces, creating an atmosphere of constant tension and barely contained violence. Cassian's contact leads them through the city's crowded bazaars, where vendors sell everything from holy relics to black market weapons. The mission goes sideways when Saw's fighters attack an Imperial convoy, turning their intelligence gathering into a running battle through narrow streets and crumbling buildings. The chaos introduces them to Chirrut Imwe and Baze Malbus, unlikely allies who represent different responses to Imperial oppression. Chirrut is a guardian of the Whills, a blind warrior monk whose faith in the Force guides his staff work and crossbow aim. Baze was once a believer himself until the Empire's destruction of sacred sites turned him into a cynical heavy weapons specialist. Their partnership reflects Jedha itself, faith tested by brutality, hope struggling against overwhelming odds. Chirrut still believes the Force will provide, while Baze trusts only in firepower and bitter experience. Together, they've protected their city's remaining believers while fighting a war they know they can't win. Saw Gerrera's hideout in the catacombs beneath Jedha reveals what years of fighting the Empire has done to the man. Paranoid, broken, sustained by life support systems, he's become as much machine as Vader himself. His interrogation methods have alienated potential allies, while his extremist tactics horrify even other rebels. The Imperial pilot Bodhi Rook tells his story under the glow of Saw's truth-reading creature. He was just a cargo hauler until Galen Erso entrusted him with a message for Saw. The Death Star has a weakness, but only if someone can steal the complete technical readouts from the Imperial data vault on Scarif. Galen's holographic message finally explains the full scope of his sabotage. The reactor design that powers the Death Star contains a deliberate flaw, a chain reaction that will destroy the entire station if someone can target the main reactor. But reaching that weakness requires the complete Death Star plans, stored in the most secure Imperial facility in the galaxy. Before they can process this information fully, the sky lights up with an energy beam that turns part of Jedha's surface into expanding plasma. The Death Star has arrived for weapons testing, and Director Krennic is demonstrating his creation's power on the Holy City. The partial blast gives them minutes to escape before the moon's destruction becomes complete. Their desperate flight from Jedha's surface showcases the Death Star's terrifying capabilities on a smaller scale. What was once a thriving city becomes a crater of molten rock and ash. Thousands die instantly while survivors flee in whatever ships they can find. The Empire's ultimate weapon works exactly as designed. Cassian's mission to kill Galen takes him to the rain-soaked platform of Eadu, where the scientist oversees the Death Star's final adjustments. Watching through his rifle scope, the sniper sees not a war criminal but a broken man trying to protect his research team from Imperial reprisals. When rebel bombers arrive ahead of schedule, the decision becomes irrelevant. Galen dies in his daughter's arms after Director Krennic shoots him for sabotage. His final words confirm what the message already revealed. The Death Star can be destroyed, but only if someone steals the plans and exploits the weakness he built into its reactor. The dying scientist passes responsibility for stopping his creation to the daughter he barely knew. The Rebel Alliance leadership splits over what to do with this information. Some want to scatter the fleet and hide until the Death Star threat passes. Others argue for an immediate evacuation to the Outer Rim. Very few support the desperate assault mission that might actually succeed, and those who do lack the authority to order it. Jin's speech to the Alliance Council captures the moment when the rebellion must decide what it truly believes. She describes her father's sacrifice and the opportunity it created, but also the cost of failure. The Death Star will hunt down every rebel base until the Alliance is extinct. They can run and die slowly, or fight and die with purpose. The Council votes against the mission, but individual rebels choose differently. Admiral Radus commits his fleet to supporting the assault, while volunteers gather around Jin and Cassian. They become Rogue One, an unauthorized mission that will either save the rebellion or die trying. The assault on Scarif represents everything the rebellion has learned about fighting the Empire. They can't match Imperial firepower or numbers, but they can use speed, surprise, and sacrifice to achieve what seemed impossible. The plan requires perfect coordination between ground and space forces with no room for error. Scarif itself is a tropical paradise turned into the Empire's most secure archive. Palm trees and beaches surround the data vault that contains technical readouts for every Imperial weapon, including the Death Star. The facility's beauty masks its importance. This is where the Empire stores the information it kills to protect. Cassian leads a strike team onto the planet's surface while Admiral Raddus brings his ships out of hyperspace to engage the Imperial fleet. The space battle erupts immediately, with Mon Calamari cruisers trading fire with Star Destroyers, while X-Wings and TIE fighters dogfight above the planet's blue oceans. The ground assault becomes a race against time as Jyn and Cassian fight their way into the data vault, while their friends hold off Imperial reinforcements. K2SO sacrifices himself to keep the blast doors sealed, buying them precious minutes to locate the Death Star plans among thousands of data tapes. Bodhi's stolen Imperial shuttle becomes their lifeline, establishing communications between the ground team and Raddus's fleet. The cargo pilot turned rebel hero coordinates their extraction while directing tactical strikes against Imperial positions. His cargo hauling experience proves invaluable for managing the complex logistics of the evacuation. Chirrut's faith finally receives its ultimate test when the master switch controlling Scarif's communications array gets stuck in the open position. The blind guardian walks through blaster fire, trusting the Force to guide his steps while repeating his mantra, "I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me." His death activating the communications array allows Baze to relay the Death Star plans to the Rebel fleet, but the heavy weapons specialist doesn't survive the Imperial counterattack. The two Guardians die as they lived, protecting something greater than themselves while holding on to hope despite overwhelming odds. Director Krennic's arrival with a squad of death troopers turns the data vault into a final battlefield between the Empire's arrogance and the Rebellion's desperation. His pursuit of Jyn and Cassian leads to the transmission tower, where the Death Star plans wait to be broadcast to the Rebel fleet. The transmission succeeds just as Krennic falls to Cassian's blaster fire, but their victory comes with a terrible price. Darth Vader's Star Destroyer arrives in orbit and immediately begins jamming Rebel communications while deploying fighters to prevent any ships from escaping with the stolen data. Vader himself boards Admiral Raddus's flagship to retrieve the Death Star plans personally. His lightsaber cuts through Rebel defenders while his Force powers tear bulkheads apart. The corridor becomes a slaughter as Rebels desperately try to pass the stolen data from hand to hand before dying. The Rebel Marines fight a running battle through the ship's corridors as Vader advances behind them like an unstoppable force of nature. They sacrifice themselves one by one to keep the Death Star plans moving toward the escape pods where Princess Leia waits aboard her diplomatic vessel. Princess Leia receives the Death Star plans just as Vader's forces reach the final blast door. Her ship jumps to hyperspace moments before the Dark Lord can board, carrying the Rebellion's only hope away from the dying fleet above Scarif. Meanwhile, on the planet's surface, Jyn and Cassian watch the Death Star approach through Scarif's tropical sky. The super laser fires directly at their position, turning the entire Imperial facility into an expanding wall of energy that vaporizes everything in its path. Director Krennic dies in the blast, never knowing that the Death Star plans have already escaped or that his perfect weapon contains a fatal flaw. The station's first demonstration of full power eliminates all evidence of the security breach while giving the Empire false confidence in their ultimate weapon. The destruction of Scarif marks the end of Rogue One's mission, but the beginning of everything that follows. Within days, those stolen plans will reach the Rebel base on Yavin 4, where Princess Leia will hide them inside R2-D2 before being captured by Vader's forces. Her capture aboard the Tantive 4 leads directly to the droid's crash landing on Tatooine, where a moisture farmer named Luke Skywalker will discover the Death Star plans and begin his own journey. The circle closes as one story ends and another begins, connected by the sacrifice of heroes whose names will never be remembered. The rebels who died at Scarif succeed in their mission, but pay the ultimate price. Jyn Erso, Cassian Andor, K2SO, Bodhi Rook, Chirrut Imwe, and hundreds of others give their lives to steal information that will save the galaxy. Their deaths make Luke Skywalker's victory possible, though he'll never know their names. Years of scattered resistance and secret operations finally converge into this single moment of triumph and tragedy. The Death Star plans contain Galen Erso's hidden weakness, but exploiting that flaw will require another group of heroes willing to risk everything for freedom. The rebellion's first major victory against the Empire costs them an entire fleet and strike force, but it also proves that the seemingly invincible Death Star can be beaten. The stolen technical data will soon reach Alliance headquarters, where desperate analysts will discover the thermal exhaust port that leads directly to the main reactor. And with that, the stage is set for the most iconic movie trilogy ever put out to the public. Because of Rogue One, a new hope is born. One princess, one farm boy, one smuggler. These three unlikely heroes are about to change the course of galactic history. But first, they have to survive long enough to find each other. Princess Leia Organa races through space aboard her diplomatic vessel, the Tantive 4, carrying the most important secret in the galaxy. The Death Star plans stolen by the rebellion at such terrible cost are hidden in her ship's computer banks. But Darth Vader is closing in fast, and her small corvette can't outrun an Imperial Star Destroyer forever. The chase ends above Tatooine when Vader's flagship, the Devastator, captures the rebel ship in its tractor beam. Stormtroopers blast through the airlock while Leia makes a desperate decision. She downloads the Death Star plans into R2-D2's memory banks and sends both droids to the planet below in an escape pod. The little astromech carries the rebellion's only hope as his pod streaks toward the desert world. Vader himself boards the captured ship, his breathing echoing through corridors filled with fallen rebel soldiers. When his troopers bring him Captain Antilles, the ship's commander, Vader demands to know where the stolen plans are hidden. The captain claims this is a diplomatic vessel on a mercy mission, but Vader crushes his throat with one hand. Diplomatic immunity means nothing to the Empire's enforcer. Princess Leia faces Vader in the corridor where this nightmare began. She maintains her cover story about diplomatic missions and Senate business, but Vader sees through every lie. He orders her taken to an Imperial detention center where they'll extract the truth by whatever means necessary. The plans she's hidden may have already reached the planet below. On Tatooine's surface, R2-D2 and C-3PO argue about which direction to travel after their pod crashes in the Dune Sea. The protocol droid wants to head toward what looks like civilization, while R2 insists on going the opposite way toward rocky badlands. They split up in frustration, each sure the other is making a fatal mistake in this wasteland. C-3PO doesn't get far before Jawas capture him with their ion blasters. These small robed scavengers make their living collecting and selling discarded technology across Tatooine's deserts. Their massive sandcrawler already holds R2-D2, who was caught trying to reach some destination only he understands. The two droids are reunited in the Jawa mobile fortress as it trundles across the sand toward their next sail. The Lars moisture farm sits on the edge of nowhere, extracting water from Tatooine's thin atmosphere to sustain life in an impossible place. Owen Lars and his wife Beru have spent years building a simple existence from hard work and determination. Their nephew Luke Skywalker helps with the farm while dreaming of adventure among the stars. The Jawas arrive with their collection of mechanical goods for sale. Owen needs new droids to help with the harvest season, and the Jawas have several models available. Luke spots R2-D2 among the merchandise and feels drawn to the little droid for reasons he can't explain. But Owen chooses a different red R5 unit instead, leaving R2 with the Jawas. The red droid's motivator fails within minutes of activation, giving R2-D2 his chance. Luke suggests they take the blue astromech instead, and Owen reluctantly agrees. C-3PO comes as part of the package deal, though his prissy personality grates on everyone immediately. The protocol droid's memory has been wiped so many times he barely remembers his own past. That evening, Luke begins cleaning the droids in the garage and discovers something that changes everything. While removing dust from R2-D2's sensors, he accidentally triggers part of Leia's message. The hologram shows a beautiful young woman in white robes pleading for help from someone called Obi-Wan Kenobi. She claims this droid contains information vital to the rebellion's survival. Luke recognizes the name immediately. Old Ben Kenobi lives alone in the Jundland wastes, a hermit that most people consider harmless but strange. Could this mysterious woman be talking about the same person? R2-D2 refuses to play the rest of the message, claiming something about a restraining bolt that needs removal. Unable to sleep, Luke finds R2-D2 missing from the garage. The little droid has removed his restraining bolt somehow and rolled off into the desert night. Luke and C-3PO follow his tracks in a land speeder as twin suns rise over the rocky badlands where Ben Kenobi makes his home. They find R2-D2 in a narrow canyon, but they're not alone. Tusken Raiders attack without warning, their Gadurfi sticks whistling through the air as they charge. Luke falls unconscious from a blow to the head while C-3PO topples down a cliff face. The Sand People are looting their land speeder when a strange cry echoes through the canyon. Ben Kenobi appears like a ghost from the rocks, making sounds that send the Tusken Raiders fleeing in terror. He helps Luke to his feet while explaining that the Tuskens spook easily but will return in greater numbers. They need to leave this place quickly, but first, Luke has questions that have been burning in his mind for years. The old hermit's cave reveals more than Luke expects. Ancient boxes hold relics from a forgotten time, including something wrapped in rough cloth that Ben handles with special care. When Luke asks about Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ben's face changes. He hasn't heard that name in a very long time. Ben Kenobi tells Luke the truth about his father, that Owen and Beru never could. Anakin Skywalker was a Jedi Knight who served as Ben's apprentice during the Clone Wars. He was a skilled pilot, a cunning warrior, and a good friend. But he was betrayed and murdered by a young Jedi named Darth Vader, who turned to the dark side and helped the Empire hunt down the remaining knights. The lightsaber Ben gives Luke belonged to his father. Elegant weapon for a more civilized age, before the Empire replaced honor with fear. Luke ignites the blade and feels something awakening inside him, a connection to power he never knew existed. Ben watches with eyes that have seen too much tragedy to feel anything but sadness. R2-D2 finally plays Princess Leia's complete message, and her words transform their quiet afternoon into something much larger. She explains that she's placed information vital to the rebellion's survival into this droid's memory. The plans must be delivered to her father on Alderaan immediately. She begs Obi-Wan Kenobi to help her because he's her only hope. Ben recognizes Leia as Bail Organa's adopted daughter and realizes the plans she mentions must be incredibly important to risk so much. Luke wants to help, but he can't abandon his aunt and uncle during harvest season. Ben respects his decision, but warns that the droids will draw Imperial attention to the farm eventually. Luke changes his mind when they discover the Jawa sandcrawler destroyed in the desert. Imperial stormtroopers have slaughtered every Jawa aboard while searching for the missing droids. The precision of the attack and the cover-up attempt convince Luke that his family is in terrible danger. The speeder race back to the Law's farm takes forever and no time at all. Luke's heart pounds as they crest the rise overlooking his home, hoping against hope that somehow the Imperials haven't connected the droids to his family. Instead, he finds smoking ruins and 2 bodies burned beyond recognition in the courtyard. Owen and Beru Lars die for the crime of buying droids from Jawas. The Empire's investigation led them to the Moisture Farm, where stormtroopers demanded information about missing droids and stolen plans. When Owen and Beru couldn't provide answers they didn't have, the soldiers killed them and burned the buildings to cover their tracks. Luke kneels beside the bodies of the only parents he's ever known while Binary Sunset plays and twin suns set behind him. Everything that anchored him to this desert world has been destroyed in a single afternoon. The farm that represented safety and routine now offers only memories and pain. Ben's gentle hand on his shoulder offers the first comfort Luke has felt since discovering the massacre. The old hermit understands loss in ways that few people can. He's watched the galaxy burn, seen friends become enemies, and lived with the consequences of choices made long ago. But he also knows that sometimes tragedy becomes the catalyst for something greater. Luke's decision to join Ben happens without fanfare or dramatic declarations. There's nothing left for him on Tatooine except graves and painful memories. If he's going to honor his aunt and uncle's sacrifice, he needs to ensure the information they died protecting reaches the rebellion. Princess Leia needs their help, and Ben Kenobi represents his only connection to the larger galaxy. The journey to Mos Eisley Cantina introduces Luke to a world that exists beyond Imperial control. The spaceport thrives on smuggling, black market deals, and questions that nobody asks too loudly. Ben advises Luke to keep his mouth shut and his eyes open in a place where the wrong word can get you killed. The cantina itself assaults Luke's senses with alien music, exotic smells, and creatures he's never imagined. Humans mix with Rhodians, Duros, Twi'leks, and dozens of other species while conducting business that would horrify Imperial authorities. This is the galaxy's underbelly, where desperation and opportunity create strange partnerships. Ben approaches the problem of finding transport with the patience of someone who's negotiated in dangerous places before. They need a fast ship with a captain who won't ask questions about their cargo or destination. The bartender points them toward a booth where a young smuggler argues with a green-skinned Rodian about money and debts. Han Solo embodies everything Luke has dreamed about and everything Ben distrusts. The Corellian pilot wears his independence like armor, owing nothing to anyone except what serves his own interests. His ship might look like junk, but the Millennium Falcon has made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. For the right price, he'll take them anywhere in the galaxy. The negotiation reveals Han's desperate situation. He owes money to Jabba the Hutt for dumping a cargo shipment rather than let Imperial forces board his ship. The crime lord's patience has run out, and bounty hunters like Greedo are already hunting him. Ben's offer of 17,000 credits represents salvation, but only if they survive long enough to collect payment. Greedo's attempt to collect Jabba's bounty ends with the Rodian slumped dead in the cantina booth. Han shoots first without hesitation or regret, because hesitation gets you killed in his business. The blaster shot barely registers above the cantina's noise level as Han drops credits on the table and walks away like nothing happened. Luke gets his first taste of real violence watching alien blood pool on the cantina table. This isn't the clean heroism of holovids or the noble warfare Ben described from the Clone Wars. This is survival at its most basic level, where good reflexes matter more than good intentions. The lesson terrifies and thrills him in equal measure. The Millennium Falcon looks like something that should have been scrapped decades ago. Rust stains cover her hull while mismatched components suggest a ship held together by willpower and prayer. Luke wonders aloud if she'll survive the journey to Alderaan, earning a lecture from Han about engines and capabilities that matter more than appearances. Chewbacca's roar of greeting nearly knocks Luke backward with its volume and alien intensity. The Wookiee co-pilot towers over everyone aboard the ship, his strength obvious in every movement. Ben greets him in the Wookiee language, earning a surprised growl of recognition that hints at shared history none of them discuss. Imperial stormtroopers arrive at the spaceport just as the Falcon's engines begin their startup sequence. The white-armored soldiers spread through Mos Eisley with military precision, checking identification and searching for the missing droids. Han guns the engines and launches without clearance, racing through Tatooine's atmosphere as TIE fighters scramble to intercept. The pursuit through Tatooine's upper atmosphere showcases Han's piloting skills and the Falcon's hidden capabilities. Despite her rough appearance, the ship responds to his touch like a musical instrument. They outrun the TIE fighters and jump to hyperspace just as Star Destroyers emerge from behind Tatooine's moons. Hyperspace travel gives Luke his first lesson in the Force from the only surviving Jedi Master in the galaxy. Ben produces a remote training device that hovers around Luke's head while firing low-power blaster bolts. With his lightsaber ignited and a blast helmet obscuring his vision, Luke must rely on instinct and feeling rather than sight to deflect the shots. The training session reveals Luke's natural connection to the Force. His first few attempts end with stinging shots to his legs and arms, but gradually his deflections improve. When he successfully blocks several shots in a row, Ben explains that Luke has taken his first step into a larger world that connects all living things. Han's skepticism about hokey religions and ancient weapons irritates Ben, but amuses Luke. The smuggler believes in firepower and fast ships, concrete things he can understand and control. The Force sounds like superstition to someone who survived through wit and reflexes in the galaxy's dangerous corners. Their arrival at Alderaan's coordinates reveals empty space where a planet should exist. Asteroids drift in slow orbits around Alderaan's sun, all that remains of one of the galaxy's most beautiful and peaceful worlds. The Death Star's first test has eliminated Bail Organa, his people, and Princess Leia's adoptive home in a single devastating demonstration. The small Imperial fighter that Han chases toward what he thinks is a small moon turns out to be an escape pod from the Death Star. But the moon itself proves far more dangerous when it doesn't move like any celestial body should. The massive space station's tractor beam captures the Millennium Falcon, despite Han's desperate attempts to escape its pull. Luke's horror at seeing the Death Star up close reflects the magnitude of what they're facing. This isn't just a space station, but a weapon capable of destroying entire civilizations. The metal sphere bristles with weapons, docking bays, and communication arrays that coordinate the Empire's reign of terror across the galaxy. Hidden compartments in the Falcon's smuggling holds keep them alive when Imperial scanning crews board the ship. Han's modifications allow passengers to hide beneath the floor plates, while automated systems fool sensors into detecting empty cargo space. They listen in silence as stormtroopers search for the missing droids and stolen plans. The stormtrooper disguises that get them off the ship work because Imperial armor makes everyone anonymous. White helmets hide faces while identical voices emerge from vocal processors. Luke struggles with the armor's weight and limited vision while C-3PO provides computer access and R2-D2 offers technical support. Princess Leia's rescue from detention cell 22187 becomes a comedy of errors that somehow succeeds through luck and determination. Luke's attempt at official procedure collapses immediately when Leia demands to know why he's so short to be a stormtrooper. Her royal training didn't prepare her for rescue by amateurs who make up plans as they go. The garbage masher trap nearly kills them all when Leia's blaster shot seals them inside with walls that slowly close together. The mechanical crusher treats them like waste to be compacted, indifferent to their struggles and screams for help. Only R2-D2's technical skills save them by shutting down the compactor just before the walls meet. Ben's lightsaber duel with Darth Vader echoes across the Death Star's corridors as two former friends face each other for the last time. Their blade work lacks the acrobatic fury of younger duelists, but every strike carries decades of history and regret. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi facing the monster that Anakin Skywalker became. Vader's mechanical breathing and synthesized voice cannot hide the hatred that drives him. 20 years of serving the Emperor have not diminished his anger at the man who left him burning on Mustafar. Their confrontation represents everything wrong with the galaxy: master fighting apprentice, light opposing dark, hope struggling against despair. The moment when Ben sacrifices himself sears itself into Luke's memory forever. Vader's red blade passes through his former master, just as Luke watches from the hangar entrance. Ben's body disappears, leaving only empty robes and a lightsaber that clatters to the deck. His voice echoes from everywhere and nowhere, urging Luke to run. The escape from the Death Star happens under covering fire from Luke's newfound marksmanship and Han's expert piloting. TIE fighters swarm around the Falcon as it races toward the hangar entrance, but something feels wrong about their pursuit. The Imperials seem to be herding them rather than trying to destroy them outright. Leia's realization that they've been allowed to escape comes too late to change course. Grand Moff Tarkin has placed a tracking device aboard the Falcon, using their rescue mission to locate the hidden rebel base. Every second they spend in hyperspace brings the Death Star closer to the Rebellion's destruction. The rebel base on Yavin 4 represents everything the Empire opposes. Hidden in ancient temples on a jungle moon, the Alliance operates with minimal resources and maximum determination. Pilots, technicians, and commanders work together without regard for species or social rank, united by their opposition to Imperial tyranny. General Dodonna's briefing reveals the Death Star's weakness, discovered by the Bothan spies who died bringing the plans to Alderaan. A small thermal exhaust port leads directly to the station's main reactor, but hitting it requires a precise shot down a narrow shaft while under heavy fire. The target is only 2 meters wide, smaller than Womp Rats back on Tatooine. Luke volunteers for the mission despite having no formal military training or combat experience. His background as a pilot and marksman qualifies him for a spot in Red Squadron, but veteran pilots question whether a farm boy belongs in such a desperate battle. Commander Willard reluctantly assigns him the call sign Red 5. The Death Star's approach toward Yavin gives the Rebellion perhaps 30 minutes to launch their attack and destroy the battle station. Technicians fuel X-Wing and Y-Wing fighters, while pilots receive last-minute briefings on the station's defenses. Everyone understands that failure means not just their own deaths, but the end of organized resistance to the Empire. Han Solo's decision to leave rather than join the attack surprises nobody except Luke. The smuggler has earned his payment and wants to clear his debt with Jabba before bounty hunters catch up with him. His survival depends on staying ahead of his enemies, not fighting hopeless battles for causes he doesn't believe in. Red Squadron's launch from Yavin 4 begins the Rebellion's most desperate gamble. 30 fighters race toward the Death Star, while the massive station prepares to fire on their moon base. The approaching battle will determine whether hope survives in a galaxy under Imperial rule or dies with the last organized resistance. The Death Star's defenses activate as Rebel fighters approach the massive station. Turbo-laser batteries track the incoming craft, while TIE fighter squadrons scramble from launch bays. The space around the battle station fills with energy blasts and explosion debris as the two forces clash in three-dimensional combat. Red leader Garvin Dryce leads the first attack run down the Death Star's Meridian Trench, but his squadron faces overwhelming firepower from the station's defensive guns. Surface cannons track their approach, while TIE fighters dive from above. The trench provides some protection from the larger guns, but makes them sitting targets for the smaller craft. Luke's journey through the battle teaches him lessons about warfare that no simulation could provide. Friends disappear in explosions of metal and flame, while enemy fighters hunt him through the Death Star's surface canyons. He watches Red Leader's final run end in failure and death, leaving only a handful of pilots to continue the attack. Darth Vader's personal intervention changes the battle's dynamics completely. His advanced TIE fighter and Force-enhanced reflexes make him nearly impossible to target, while he systematically eliminates Rebel pilots. His wingmen provide cover while he focuses on the most dangerous targets with mechanical precision. Luke's final attack run begins with Vader in pursuit and only seconds remaining before the Death Star fires on Yavin 4. The targeting computer shows the exact angle needed to hit the exhaust port, but Ben's voice encourages him to trust his feelings instead. The Force flows through him as he switches off the computer and relies on instinct. The proton torpedoes that Luke fires seem too small to damage something as massive as the Death Star. But they follow the path that Galen Erso designed decades earlier, racing down the exhaust shaft toward the station's reactor core. The explosion that follows tears the battle station apart from within, creating a new star visible from Yavin's surface. Han Solo's last-second return saves Luke's life just as Vader lines up for the killing shot. The Millennium Falcon's sudden appearance sends the Dark Lord's fighter spinning into space while clearing the way for Luke's successful attack. The smuggler's change of heart proves that even cynics can become heroes when the stakes are high enough. The victory celebration on Yavin 4 feels both joyous and hollow. The Death Star's destruction deals the Empire a terrible blow, but the cost in Rebel lives has been enormous. Luke receives a medal from Princess Leia, while Chewbacca roars approval and Han grins with satisfaction. They've won a battle, but the war has only just begun. The ceremony in the ancient temple where the rebellion makes its headquarters connects past and future in ways none of them understand. Luke Skywalker has taken his first steps toward becoming the Jedi Knight the galaxy needs. Princess Leia has proven herself as a leader worth following into battle. Han Solo has discovered that some things matter more than money. But somewhere in the galaxy, Darth Vader survived the Death Star's destruction and reports its loss to his master. The Emperor will not tolerate such defiance from the rebellion, and his response will test these new heroes in ways they cannot imagine. The Empire will strike back with everything at its disposal. For now, though, hope lives. The impossible has happened. A handful of fighters have destroyed the Empire's ultimate weapon and proven that tyranny can be defeated. Luke Skywalker has begun the journey that will either save the galaxy or destroy it completely. The Force has awakened in a new generation, and nothing will ever be the same. Three years have passed since the Death Star's destruction, and the galaxy has learned a hard truth. Winning one battle doesn't win a war. The Empire has struck back with a vengeance that makes their previous cruelty look restrained. The rebellion now operates from Echo Base on the ice planet Hoth, hidden in a frozen wasteland where few would think to look. The base tunnels deep into glacial caverns, while tauntauns serve as patrol mounts across the endless snowfields. It's a harsh place to call home, but harsh places offer the best hiding spots from Imperial forces. Luke Skywalker has grown into his role as a rebel commander, leading patrols across Hoth's dangerous terrain while learning to survive in one of the galaxy's most hostile environments. His connection to the Force has strengthened over the years, though he lacks proper training to understand what's happening to him. Sometimes he knows things he shouldn't know, feels things he shouldn't feel. Princess Leia commands the rebel base with the same determination she showed during her rescue from the Death Star. The destruction of Alderaan still haunts her dreams, but she's channeled her grief into fierce dedication to the cause. Every Imperial defeat brings her closer to avenging her adoptive parents and the billions who died when Tarkin tested his superweapon. Han Solo remains with the rebellion despite his ship being repaired and his debt to Jabba still unpaid. He tells himself he's staying for the money they owe him, but everyone knows better. The smuggler who once cared only for himself has found something worth fighting for, even if he won't admit it out loud. The romantic tension between Han and Leia crackles through every conversation they share. She maintains her royal dignity while he pushes every boundary with cocky charm and roguish humor. Their arguments sound more like flirting to everyone who witnesses them, but neither will make the first move towards something deeper. Luke's patrol near Echo Base takes a deadly turn when a Wampa ice creature attacks without warning. The massive predator's claws rake across his face before dragging him back to its cave lair. The beast hangs him upside down from the ceiling like meat in a freezer, planning to feed when hunger strikes again. Escaping the Wampa's cave requires Luke to reach deeper into the Force than ever before. His lightsaber lies just beyond his fingertips in the snow, but desperation gives him strength he didn't know he possessed. The weapon flies to his hand with a surge of telekinetic power that surprises him as much as it saves his life. The lightsaber blade cuts through ice and Wampa arm with equal ease, freeing Luke to stumble into Hoth's killing cold. Night falls rapidly on the ice planet, dropping temperatures to levels that freeze exposed flesh in minutes. Luke's wounds slow him down, while exhaustion saps what little body heat he has left. Ben Kenobi's spirit appears as Luke collapses in the snow, his former mentor materializing like a ghost against the aurora-lit sky. The Force Ghost tells Luke to go to the Dagobah system and find Yoda, the Jedi Master who trained him. But first, Luke must survive the night, and even Jedi spirits can't generate heat in a frozen wasteland. Han Solo's search for Luke leads him across Hoth's nighttime landscape on a tauntaun that collapses from the cold before reaching its destination. The smuggler finds Luke barely alive in a snowdrift, his body temperature dropping toward the point of no return. With his mount dead and the temperature still falling, Han makes a desperate decision to keep them both alive. The emergency shelter Han creates from his tauntaun's carcass saves their lives through the night. Using Luke's lightsaber to cut open the creature's belly, he stuffs his unconscious friend inside the warm body cavity before the internal heat dissipates. It's disgusting and desperate, but it works long enough for rescue teams to find them at dawn. The Imperial probe droid that lands on Hoth changes everything for the hidden rebel base. The mechanical scout transmits detailed scans of the area before Han Solo destroys it with his blaster. But the damage is already done. Imperial intelligence now knows exactly where to find the rebellion's main headquarters. Admiral Ozzel's skepticism about the probe's findings costs him his life when Darth Vader decides the evidence points clearly to a rebel base. The Dark Lord of the Sith Force chokes his admiral through a view screen while promoting Captain Piet to fill the position. Vader's patience for incompetence ended years ago, if it ever existed at all. The Imperial fleet drops out of hyperspace too close to Hoth, alerting the rebels to their presence and giving them precious time to evacuate. Vader's fury at this tactical error claims another officer's life, but Admiral Piet proves more competent than his predecessors. The Empire deploys ground forces while the fleet establishes a blockade to prevent escape. General Veers leads the Imperial assault on Echo Base with a force of AT-AT walkers that stride across Hoth's surface like mechanical giants. These armored transports tower 4 stories tall, their heavy laser cannons capable of reducing fortified positions to rubble. The rebels have never faced anything like them before. The Battle of Hoth begins with desperate rebel pilots launching in snow speeders against impossible odds. These atmospheric craft were never designed for combat against military vehicles, but they're all the rebellion has available. Wedge Antilles leads the attack while Luke serves as his wingman in the first real test of their aerial tactics. Luke's innovative strategy of using tow cables to trip the AT-AT walkers proves that sometimes the simplest solutions work best against sophisticated technology. His speeder circles the lead walker's legs while Wedge fires the harpoon and cable. The massive machine crashes to the ice with enough force to register on seismic sensors. The ground battle rages through Echo Base's trenches and corridors as Imperial snowtroopers overwhelm rebel defenses through superior numbers and firepower. Princess Leia coordinates the evacuation while Han Solo prepares the Millennium Falcon for departure. Every minute they delay gives the Empire more time to tighten their trap. Luke's escape from Hoth takes him away from his friends and toward a destiny he doesn't understand. Instead of joining the evacuation fleet, he follows Ben Kenobi's instructions and sets course for the Dagobah system. R2-D2 accompanies him in the X-Wing fighter, their journey beginning the most important phase of Luke's education. The Millennium Falcon's chase through the asteroid field showcases Han Solo's piloting skills and the ship's hidden capabilities. Imperial TIE fighters pursue them through tumbling rocks and floating debris, while Star Destroyers coordinate the hunt from safer distances. The asteroids provide cover, but also threaten to crush them with every collision. C-3PO's constant calculation of their survival odds annoys Han, but accurately reflects their desperate situation. The protocol droid's assessment that successfully navigating an asteroid field has odds of approximately 3,720 to 1 doesn't account for force-enhanced reflexes or pure stubbornness. The space slug's nearly successful attempt to eat the Millennium Falcon adds another layer of danger to their hiding place inside what they thought was a cave. The massive creature's digestive system extends for kilometers through the asteroid, complete with its own atmosphere and ecosystem of parasitic minocs that attack the ship's power cables. Dagobah presents Luke with a world unlike anything he's experienced. The swamp planet's dense atmosphere drips with moisture, while exotic life forms call from every shadow. Ancient trees tower overhead while their roots disappear into water that might be inches or meters deep. It's a place where the Force flows like a living river. Luke's crash landing in Dagobah's swamp puts his X-Wing fighter beyond easy recovery. The spacecraft sinks into murky water while he and R2-D2 struggle to shore through vegetation that seems almost alive. Without the ship, they're stranded on this world until Luke can figure out how to raise it from the depths. The creature that emerges from Dagobah's swamp appears to be nothing more than a scavenging hermit interested in Luke's equipment and food supplies. Small, green-skinned, and speaking in backward sentence structure, he seems harmless but annoying. Luke has no idea he's talking to the most powerful Jedi Master in galactic history. Yoda's test of Luke's patience and character begins immediately, though Luke doesn't recognize it as such. The little creature examines Luke's belongings, argues about food, and generally behaves like a senile old being who's been alone too long. His apparent weakness and age frustrate Luke, who expected to find a great warrior. The revelation of Yoda's true identity comes after Luke has failed the test of recognizing power in unexpected forms. When Ben Kenobi's spirit appears and addresses the little creature as Master Yoda, Luke realizes his mistake. The greatest teacher of Jedi Knights has been watching him for hours, evaluating his readiness for training. Yoda's reluctance to train Luke stems from the boy's age and emotional attachments. At 23, Luke is far older than Jedi normally begin their training. His love for his friends and desire for adventure remind Yoda too much of another promising student who fell to the dark side. The risk of creating another Darth Vader terrifies the ancient master. The Force training that follows pushes Luke beyond everything he thought possible. Yoda teaches him to lift objects with his mind, to sense the future through meditation, to understand that size matters not when dealing with the energy that binds all living things together. But Luke's impatience undermines every lesson. The dark side cave on Dagobah pulses with malevolent energy that makes both Luke and R2-D2 uncomfortable. Yoda warns Luke that the cave contains nothing but what he takes with him, but the young student straps on his lightsaber despite his teacher's advice. Fear and aggression have no place in Jedi training, but Luke hasn't learned that lesson yet. Luke's vision inside the cave shows him confronting and killing Darth Vader, but when he cuts off the Dark Lord's head, his own face appears behind the shattered mask. The prophetic dream reveals the choice that awaits him between light and darkness, between becoming a Jedi Knight or following his father's path to destruction. Cloud City represents everything the Empire claims to offer its citizens. The Tabana gas mining operation on Bespin floats in the planet's upper atmosphere, where breathable air and stunning sunsets create an almost paradise-like environment. Lando Calrissian rules this corporate enclave with charm and practical politics that keep everyone happy. The Millennium Falcon's arrival at Cloud City seems like salvation after their desperate flight from Hoth. Lando greets Han with the enthusiasm of an old friend while welcoming Princess Leia and Chewbacca to his floating city. But something feels wrong about their reception, a tension that Han notices but can't quite identify. Darth Vader's presence in Cloud City reveals the trap that Lando has been forced to spring. The Dark Lord arrived before the Millennium Falcon with enough stormtroopers to occupy the station and enough threats to ensure Lando's cooperation. The administrator's choice comes down to betraying old friends or watching his city burn. The dinner that turns into an ambush showcases Vader's patience and strategic thinking. Rather than capturing Han's group immediately, he allows them to enter Cloud City and lower their guard. When the dining room door opens to reveal the Dark Lord sitting at the table, their shock is complete and their escape impossible. Boba Fett's presence as Vader's ally adds another layer of danger to the trap. The Mandalorian bounty hunter has tracked Han Solo across the galaxy, seeking Imperial payment and the reward from Jabba the Hutt. His silence and efficient movements make him more intimidating than the stormtroopers who outnumber him 50-1. Han Solo's torture serves no interrogational purpose beyond causing Luke Skywalker pain through their connection in the Force. Vader understands that physical agony inflicted on Luke's friends will draw the young Jedi to Cloud City faster than any direct challenge. The Dark Lord needs Luke alive, but he doesn't need Han intact. The carbon freezing chamber represents Vader's ultimate test of the hibernation technology he plans to use on Luke. Han Solo serves as the experimental subject, his body frozen in carbonite that preserves life while rendering him completely helpless. If he survives the process, Luke will face the same fate. Leia's declaration of love for Han comes at the moment when she might lose him forever. Her royal training never prepared her for watching someone she cares about disappear into carbonite freeze, possibly dying in the process. Han's response that he knows becomes legendary for its perfect blend of confidence and tenderness. The carbon freezing process succeeds beyond Vader's expectations. Han Solo emerges from the chamber perfectly preserved in carbonite, his face frozen in an expression of determined defiance. Boba Fett can transport him to Jabba the Hutt without worry about escape attempts or rescue missions during the journey. Luke's arrival at Cloud City springs Vader's trap exactly as planned. The young Jedi rushes to save his friends without considering that his arrival might be exactly what the enemy wants. His connection to the Force has grown stronger, but his wisdom lags far behind his power. The lightsaber duel between Luke and Darth Vader reveals the enormous gap between them in skill and experience. Luke's training with Yoda has taught him basics, but Vader has spent decades perfecting his technique while learning to channel rage and hatred into devastating attacks. This isn't a fair fight. Vader's psychological warfare proves as effective as his blade work. He taunts Luke about his lack of training, his weakness in the Force, his inability to control his anger. Every word is calculated to push the young Jedi toward the dark side emotions that feed Sith power. The carbon freezing chamber becomes their battleground as Vader attempts to capture Luke alive for the Emperor. The Dark Lord wants to avoid killing his son if possible, but he's prepared to sacrifice Luke's life rather than let him escape. The machinery around them provides both weapons and obstacles in their deadly dance. Luke's fall into the carbon freezing pit should end the duel, but his Force abilities allow him to leap back up and continue fighting. However, his burst of anger at nearly being frozen gives Vader the opening he needs to drive Luke back toward the reactor shaft and the chamber's exit. The reactor gantry high above Cloud City's central core provides the setting for their duel's conclusion. Catwalks suspended over the abyss leave little room for error, while industrial machinery creates hazards that both combatants must navigate. One missed step or poorly timed attack means death. Vader's lightsaber strike that severs Luke's right hand recreates the injury that cost Anakin Skywalker his arm on Geonosis decades earlier. The parallel between father and son is exact, from the weapon used to the appendage lost. History repeats itself in ways that neither of them fully understands. The revelation that destroys Luke's understanding of everything comes as he dangles from the gantry, his severed hand and lightsaber falling into Cloud City's depths. Vader's words that he is Luke's father shatter the young man's worldview more completely than any physical injury could. Luke's choice to fall rather than join his father represents his final rejection of the dark side's temptation. The drop through Cloud City's lower atmosphere should kill him, but the Force guides his fall toward a maintenance antenna where he can survive long enough for rescue. Leia's ability to sense Luke's desperate call for help through the Force hints at her own connection to the power that flows through the Skywalker bloodline. Her insistence that they turn back to rescue Luke comes from instinct rather than logic, But her instincts prove exactly right. The Millennium Falcon's rescue of Luke from Cloud City's antenna barely succeeds before Imperial forces can recapture him. Han's ship limps away from Bespin, while Luke receives medical treatment for his severed hand, his physical wounds healing faster than his emotional trauma. The medical frigate where Luke receives his cybernetic hand replacement represents the rebellion's new reality. They've lost their main base, many of their pilots, and one of their key leaders to Imperial capture. The war that seemed hopeful after the Death Star's destruction now looks increasingly desperate. Luke's new mechanical hand functions perfectly, but serves as a constant reminder of his confrontation with Vader. The artificial limb responds to his thoughts and provides normal sensation, but it also connects him to his father in ways he doesn't want to acknowledge. Both Skywalkers now rely on mechanical parts to survive. Lando Calrissian's decision to join the rebellion comes after losing everything he worked to build on Cloud City. Vader's occupation has destroyed the paradise he created, leaving him with nothing but guilt over betraying Han and determination to make amends. His knowledge of Imperial tactics will prove valuable in the struggles ahead. The search for Han Solo begins immediately as Lando and Chewbacca depart in the Millennium Falcon for Tatooine. Jabba the Hutt has claimed his prize, and rescuing Han will require infiltrating the Crime Lord's palace on one of the galaxy's most dangerous worlds. But they'll do whatever it takes to save their friend. Luke's return to Dagobah allows him to complete his interrupted training with Yoda. The ancient master is dying, his 900 years finally catching up with him, but he has enough time left to pass on the most important lessons about the Force and the choices that define a Jedi's path. Yoda's final words to Luke confirm the terrible truth about his parentage while revealing that another Skywalker exists somewhere in the galaxy. The knowledge that he has a sister gives Luke hope that he's not alone in carrying the burden of his family's legacy, though he doesn't yet know her identity. The gathering storm that ends the film sees Luke as a one-handed young man traumatized by learning his father's identity, Leia grieving for Han while leading a desperate rebellion, and Vader reporting to his master about the son he's discovered. The Empire has won this round decisively, scattering the rebels and capturing one of their heroes. But hope survives in the bonds between friends who refuse to abandon each other. Luke has survived his first real test against the dark side, choosing death over joining his father in evil. Leia has proven her strength by holding the rebellion together through its darkest hour. And somewhere on Tatooine, Han Solo waits in carbonite for friends who will never stop trying to save him. The Empire has struck back with devastating effect, but it hasn't broken the spirit of those who oppose it. The war continues, but now the stakes are personal as well as political. Luke Skywalker must decide whether to face his father again or run from a destiny that terrifies him. The choice he makes will determine the galaxy's future. One year has passed since Han Solo disappeared into carbonite, and his friends have spent every day planning his rescue. But rescuing someone from Jabba the Hutt requires more than courage and good intentions. It requires a plan so elaborate that even the participants don't know all the pieces until the very end. Luke Skywalker has changed during the year since losing his hand on Cloud City. Gone is the eager farm boy who rushed into danger without thinking. In his place stands a young man dressed in black robes, his new lightsaber hanging from his belt like a promise of violence. His connection to the Force has grown stronger, but so has his resemblance to his father. The rescue mission begins when R2-D2 and C-3PO approach Jabba's palace on Tatooine, carrying a message from their master. Luke's holographic image appears before the crime lord, speaking with the confidence of someone who's learned to project power through presence alone. He offers a bargain for Captain Solo's release, but Jabba's laughter suggests the Hutt has different plans. Jabba the Hutt rules his criminal empire from a throne room that showcases the worst aspects of galactic civilization. Alien musicians play discordant melodies, while dancers perform for the amusement of smugglers, bounty hunters, and other criminals who've gathered to witness the festivities. Han Solo's carbonite form decorates the wall like a trophy from a successful hunt. Princess Leia's infiltration of the palace, disguised as the bounty hunter Boushh, demonstrates how much she's learned about deception and violence since her capture aboard the Death Star. The thermal detonator she threatens to activate gets Jabba's attention and respect, earning her a place among his retinue until she can free Han from his carbonite prison. The unfreezing process that releases Han from hibernation leaves him temporarily blind and disoriented. Leia's gentle voice guides him back to consciousness, while her hands reassure him that his ordeal is finally over. But their reunion is brief before Jabba's guards capture them both, adding Leia to the crime lord's collection of prizes. Jabba's revelation that he knew Princess Leia's identity all along shows why the Hutt has survived so long in the criminal underworld. His intelligence network rivals the Empire's, and his paranoia keeps him one step ahead of enemies who underestimate his cunning. The rescue mission has become a trap that's claimed 2 more victims. Luke's arrival at Jabba's palace the next morning carries an air of inevitability that makes everyone nervous. He walks through the main entrance without weapons or backup, relying entirely on his growing mastery of the Force to protect him. The guards who try to stop him find themselves mysteriously reluctant to pull their triggers. The Jedi mind trick that Luke uses on Bib Fortuna demonstrates how much his abilities have developed since his training with Yoda. Jabba's majordomo stands aside without question, his weak will no match for Jedi influence. But the crime lord himself proves immune to such manipulation, his alien psychology resistant to Force suggestion. The Rancor Pit becomes Luke's first real test of his new lightsaber and enhanced abilities. The massive creature that emerges from the depths beneath Jabba's throne room has devoured countless victims, but Luke treats it as merely another obstacle to overcome. His green blade cuts through bone and flesh, while his acrobatic moves keep him ahead of snapping jaws. The Rancor's death by crushing gate demonstrates Luke's tactical thinking under pressure. Rather than relying purely on his lightsaber, he uses the environment against his opponent, luring the beast beneath a heavy barrier before triggering its release. The victory is efficient and decisive, earning grudging respect from Jabba's criminal associates. Jabba's sentence of death in the Sarlacc pit represents the crime lord's theatrical approach to execution. The ancient creature that lives in the great pit of Carkoon will digest its victims slowly over 1,000 years, keeping them alive and conscious while their bodies are gradually consumed. It's a fate designed to terrorize anyone who might oppose the Hutt's authority. The sail barge expedition to the Sarlacc pit becomes a floating party for Jabba's retinue. Musicians and dancers entertain the crime lord while his guests drink and celebrate the upcoming execution. Princess Leia remains chained to Jabba's throne, forced to witness what she believes will be her friends' deaths. Luke's confident declaration that Jabba has one last chance to free his friends or die demonstrates how completely his personality has changed. The farm boy who once begged for mercy now issues ultimatums to one of the galaxy's most powerful crime lords. His black clothing and serious demeanor suggest someone who's learned to embrace darkness to achieve his goals. R2-D2's concealed lightsaber launcher saves Luke's life when the execution begins. The little droid has been hiding Luke's new weapon in a secret compartment, waiting for the signal to fire it across the desert air to his master's outstretched hand. The green blade ignites just as Luke flips off the plank above the Sarlacc's mouth. The battle aboard Jabba's sail barge showcases the teamwork that's developed between Luke, Leia, and their allies over the years. Luke deflects blaster bolts while fighting multiple opponents simultaneously. Leia strangles Jabba with her own chains, using the crime lord's weight against him. Han's blindness doesn't stop him from fighting when Chewbacca guides his aim. Boba Fett's attempt to capture Luke during the battle ends with the bounty hunter's apparent death in the Sarlacc pit. The Mandalorian's jetpack malfunctions when Luke's lightsaber damages its fuel line, sending Fett tumbling into the creature's mouth with a scream that echoes across the desert. The hunter who seemed invincible becomes another victim of his own overconfidence. The sail barge's destruction marks the end of Jabba's criminal empire and the completion of the rescue mission that began a year earlier. As the vessel explodes in a fireball visible from kilometers away, Luke, Leia, Han, and their friends escape into the desert. But their reunion is brief before larger concerns pull them apart again. Luke's return to Dagobah finds Yoda dying after 900 years of life. The ancient Jedi Master has been waiting for his former student to complete his education, but his time is running out. The simple hut where Luke first learned about the Force becomes a deathbed where wisdom passes from one generation to the next. Yoda's final lesson confirms what Luke learned on Cloud City while revealing the existence of another Skywalker. The dying master explains that Luke's father was indeed Darth Vader, but also speaks of another who shares Luke's bloodline. When Yoda's body disappears into the Force, leaving only empty robes behind, Luke faces the galaxy alone, except for one family member he hasn't identified. Ben Kenobi's spirit appears after Yoda's death to explain the painful history that shaped Luke's destiny. Obi-Wan tells the story of Anakin Skywalker's fall from the Jedi's perspective, describing how his best friend and student chose the dark side over everything they'd fought to protect. The revelation about Luke's twin sister provides hope that the Skywalker legacy might yet be redeemed. The realization that Leia is his sister hits Luke like a physical blow. Everything about their connection suddenly makes sense. From her ability to sense his call for help on Cloud City to the way they've always understood each other without words. The Force flows strongly in the Skywalker bloodline, but so does the potential for both great good and terrible evil. The second Death Star orbiting the forest moon of Andor represents the Empire's determination to crush the rebellion once and for all. This new battle station is larger and more powerful than its predecessor, capable of destroying capital ships as well as planets. More importantly, Emperor Palpatine himself oversees its final construction, making it an irresistible target for rebel strategists. The rebel briefing aboard Home One reveals the desperate nature of their upcoming assault. The Death Star appears vulnerable while under construction, but intelligence suggests it's actually a trap designed to lure the entire rebel fleet into destruction. Admiral Akbar and Mon Mothma know they're risking everything on a single battle, but the alternative is slow strangulation as the Empire tightens its grip. The strike team mission to Endor puts Luke, Leia, Han, and Chewbacca together for what might be their final adventure. Their job is to disable the shield generator protecting the Death Star, allowing the rebel fleet to attack the battle station directly. But the mission requires infiltrating an Imperial installation on a world covered in dense forest where any mistake could be fatal. The stolen Imperial shuttle that carries them through the Imperial fleet tests everyone's nerves as they pose as a cargo vessel delivering supplies to the Death Star. Darth Vader's presence aboard the command ship creates additional tension when he senses Luke's proximity through the Force. Only Luke's growing mastery of mental shielding prevents immediate discovery. The speeder bike chase through Endor's forests demonstrates why the Empire chose this moon for their shield generator. The dense woods provide perfect cover for the installation while making assault by conventional forces nearly impossible. Luke and Leia's pursuit of Imperial scouts becomes a high-speed race between massive trees where one wrong turn means death. Leia's encounter with the Ewoks introduces the rebels to Endor's native species. These small, furry beings appear primitive with their stone tools and tree villages, but they've survived on a world that kills most visitors within days. Their knowledge of the forest and its dangers makes them potentially valuable allies in the coming battle. The Ewok village of Bright Tree represents a civilization that's learned to live in harmony with its environment. Suspended bridges connect platform homes built around massive tree trunks, while the forest provides everything the Ewoks need for survival. Their technology may be simple, but their understanding of their world runs deeper than most spacefaring species achieve. C-3PO's accidental elevation to godhood among the Ewoks provides comic relief while serving the mission's tactical needs. The Golden Protocol droid's resemblance to their prophesied deity convinces the Ewoks that the rebels are divine messengers deserving of respect and aid. His storytelling abilities help explain the galactic conflict in terms the primitive aliens can understand. Luke's decision to surrender himself to Imperial forces on Endor surprises his friends, but follows his own growing understanding of his destiny. He believes he can turn Darth Vader back to the light side of the Force, redeeming his father and possibly ending the war without further bloodshed. It's a desperate gamble that could result in his death or worse. The meeting between Luke and Vader in the forest clearing represents the first time father and son have spoken since Cloud City. Luke's confidence has grown enormously, but so has his resemblance to the man Anakin Skywalker once was. Vader senses the conflict in his son while struggling with emotions he thought were dead and buried. Vader's delivery of Luke to Emperor Palpatine on the Death Star brings together 3 generations of Sith and Jedi conflict. The throne room high atop the battle station becomes the stage for a confrontation that will determine the galaxy's future. Palpatine has orchestrated this meeting for years, planning to replace Vader with a younger and more powerful apprentice. Emperor Palpatine's revelation that the rebel fleet is walking into a trap demonstrates the depth of his strategic planning. The Death Star's weapons are fully operational despite appearances to the contrary, and the Imperial fleet waits in hyperspace to spring the trap. Worse yet, he knows about the strike team mission to destroy the shield generator. The Battle of Endor begins on 3 fronts simultaneously as rebel forces engage Imperial defenders on land, sea, and space. The Ewok warriors attack Imperial bunkers with primitive weapons backed by intimate knowledge of the terrain. In orbit, the Rebel fleet discovers they're facing a fully operational Death Star supported by Star Destroyers hiding behind the moon. Admiral Akbar's realization that the Death Star is operational comes too late to prevent the trap from closing. The battle station's super laser destroys the medical frigate with a single shot, demonstrating power that dwarfs even the planet-killing capability of the original Death Star. The Rebel fleet finds itself caught between the battle station and the Imperial Navy. Lando Calrissian's leadership of the space battle aboard the Millennium Falcon represents his full integration into the Rebel cause. The former administrator of Cloud City now fights as Gold Leader, using his piloting skills and tactical knowledge to keep the fleet alive until the shield generator falls. His determination to redeem himself for betraying Han drives him to take enormous risks. The ground battle on Endor showcases the Empire's overconfidence in their technological superiority. Imperial troops with advanced weapons and armor find themselves outmaneuvered by Ewoks using logs, rocks, and rope traps. The forest itself becomes a weapon as the natives turn their environment against the invaders. Luke's lightsaber duel with Darth Vader in the Emperor's throne room carries the weight of their entire relationship. This isn't the desperate struggle of Cloud City, but a more measured contest between 2 warriors who know each other's capabilities. Luke's technique has improved dramatically, but his emotional control remains imperfect. Vader's taunt about Luke's sister sends the young Jedi into a rage that nearly proves his undoing. The mention of turning Leia to the dark side triggers an explosion of anger that drives Luke to attack with Sith-like fury. His lightsaber cuts off Vader's mechanical hand, but the parallel to his own injury on Cloud City shocks him back to sanity. Luke's rejection of the dark side in favor of Jedi principles represents the moment when he truly becomes a Jedi Knight. His declaration that he'll never turn to the dark side, spoken while throwing away his lightsaber, proves that he's learned the lessons Yoda tried to teach. The gesture seals both his fate and his father's. Emperor Palpatine's Force lightning torture of Luke serves multiple purposes in the Sith Lord's grand design. The electrical energy causes agonizing pain while slowly killing the young Jedi, demonstrating the price of defying the dark side. But more importantly, it forces Vader to choose between his master and his son. Darth Vader's redemption comes at the moment when Luke's death seems certain. The sight of his son being tortured awakens something in the mechanical monster that Anakin Skywalker became. Love proves stronger than decades of conditioning as Vader lifts his master and hurls him into the Death Star's reactor shaft. The Emperor's death destroys the Sith and fulfills the prophecy about the Chosen One, bringing balance to the Force. Palpatine's demise also sends waves of dark energy through the Death Star's superstructure, damaging systems and beginning the process that will lead to the battle station's destruction. Anakin Skywalker's final moments with his son provide closure to the tragedy that began decades earlier on Tatooine. The dying man asks Luke to remove his mask so he can see his son with his own eyes rather than through mechanical sensors. His scarred face reflects years of pain, but his expression shows peace at last. The shield generator's destruction by Han Solo's strike team allows the Rebel fleet to attack the Death Star's reactor core directly. Ewok warriors and Imperial troops fight throughout the bunker, while Han and Leia work to complete their mission. The explosion that destroys the generator opens the way for the final assault. Lando Calrissian and Wedge Antilles lead the attack into the Death Star's superstructure, racing through mechanical corridors toward the main reactor. Their fighters weave between power conduits and support beams, while the space battle rages outside. The destruction of the reactor will doom everyone aboard the battle station, including Luke and Vader. Luke's escape from the dying Death Star with his father's body represents his refusal to abandon family, even in death. He drags Vader's corpse to an Imperial shuttle and flees the exploding battle station just as it tears itself apart. The funeral pyre he builds on Andor honors the man Anakin Skywalker was before he became Darth Vader. The victory celebration across the galaxy shows the Empire's collapse following Palpatine's death and the second Death Star's destruction. On Coruscant, citizens pull down statues of the Emperor while celebrating in the streets. Similar scenes play out on Naboo, Tatooine, and countless other worlds as news of liberation spreads. The Ewok celebration on Andor brings together all the heroes who survived the war's climactic battle. Luke, Leia, Han, Chewbacca, Lando, and the droids join the native population in a feast that celebrates both victory and sacrifice. The golden sunset filtering through the forest canopy suggests a galaxy finally at peace. The appearance of Force spirits representing 3 generations of Jedi provides a sense of continuity and completion. Ben Kenobi, Yoda, and Anakin Skywalker stand together as glowing figures, their conflicts finally resolved. The presence of the redeemed Anakin, rather than Darth Vader, confirms that love ultimately conquered hate. Luke's journey from farm boy to Jedi Knight reaches its conclusion as he stands among friends who've become family. The young man who once stared at Tatooine's twin suns dreaming of adventure has found his place in the galaxy. His faith in his father's goodness has restored balance to the Force and freedom to countless worlds. Princess Leia's evolution from captive royal to rebel leader culminates in victory over the forces that destroyed her homeworld. The woman who watched Alderaan die has lived to see the Empire fall and its leaders brought to justice. Her strength and determination have inspired a galaxy to fight for freedom. Han Solo's transformation from selfish smuggler to committed hero reaches its natural conclusion as he stands beside the woman he loves and the friends who've become his chosen family. The man who once cared only for himself has learned that some things matter more than money or personal safety. The return of the Jedi represents more than Luke's individual journey. It symbolizes hope's triumph over despair, love's victory over hate, and the possibility of redemption even for those who seem lost forever. The galaxy enters a new era with the promise that the dark times are finally ending. But even in victory, the costs are apparent. Countless beings died to achieve this freedom, from the Bothans who stole the Death Star plans to the Ewoks who fought Imperial troops in their own forests. The celebration is joyous, but tinged with the knowledge that liberty requires constant vigilance to maintain. The legacy of the Skywalker family has been redeemed through Luke's courage and Anakin's final sacrifice. The bloodline that produced the galaxy's greatest villain has also given birth to its greatest hero. The Force remains in balance, but the galaxy must now learn to govern itself without emperors or dark lords. The future stretches ahead like an unwritten book, full of possibilities both bright and dark. New challenges will arise, new heroes will emerge, and new stories will unfold. But for now, the galaxy celebrates the end of tyranny and the return of hope to countless worlds that had almost forgotten what freedom felt like. The Jedi have returned, the Empire has fallen, and the Force flows freely through a galaxy no longer bound by fear and hatred. It's an ending that feels like a beginning, promising that while this chapter of galactic history has closed, many more adventures await those brave enough to seek them. So, where does that leave us in the Star Wars timeline? 5 years have passed since the second Death Star exploded over Andor, and the galaxy is trying to figure out what comes next. The Empire is broken, but not dead. The New Republic exists, but can't reach everywhere. And in the spaces between order and chaos, people like Din Djarin make their living hunting bounties in a lawless frontier. Din Djarin is a Mandalorian, one of the last members of a warrior culture that once conquered half the galaxy. His Beskar steel armor marks him as dangerous, while his strict adherence to the ancient ways makes him an outsider in a changing universe. The helmet never comes off in the presence of others. The weapons stay ready for trouble. This is the way. The client who hires Din for his most important job operates from a former Imperial facility on Navarro. The man wears the remnants of an Imperial uniform while stormtrooper guards protect his operations. He offers a job worth more Beskar steel than Din has seen in years, but the target information comes in the form of a tracking fob rather than detailed intelligence. The mission leads Din to Arvala 7, a desert world where moisture farmers eke out a living from hostile terrain. His quarry hides in a compound guarded by Nikto mercenaries who shoot first and never bother asking questions. But when Din finally breaches their defenses and finds his target, everything he thought he knew about the job changes completely. The asset is a child barely 50 years old, the same species as the legendary Jedi Master Yoda. The infant appears helpless and innocent, nothing like the dangerous fugitive Din expected to collect. But something about those large, dark eyes and tiny three-fingered hands makes the hardened bounty hunter reconsider what he's willing to do for money. The Ugnaught named Kuiil becomes Din's unlikely ally on Arvala 7. This former Imperial slave has chosen a simple life of moisture farming after gaining his freedom, but he understands the value of helping others find their own paths. His workshop repairs Din's damaged ship, while his wisdom helps the Mandalorian process what he's discovered. IG-11 represents everything Din hates about droids. The assassin droid nearly kills the child before Din intervenes, leading to a firefight that destroys the mechanical bounty hunter. Din's distrust of artificial intelligence runs deep, rooted in childhood trauma when battle droids killed his parents during the Clone Wars. The return to Navarro with the child should complete Din's contract and earn him enough Beskar to forge a full set of armor. But the armorer who works the sacred metal into protective gear asks uncomfortable questions about the child's origins. The foundlings are the future of Mandalorian culture, and this particular foundling carries power that few understand. The Imperial scientist who examines the child on Nevarro represents the Empire's continued interest in Force-sensitive beings. Dr. Pershing's experiments involve extracting blood samples that contain high concentrations of midi-chlorians, the microscopic organisms that enable Force sensitivity. The Empire's cloning projects require this genetic material for unknown purposes. Din's change of heart happens gradually, then all at once. Watching the child use mysterious powers to heal his wounds awakens protective instincts the Mandalorian didn't know he possessed. When he returns to rescue the infant from Imperial captivity, he's choosing family over profit for the first time in his adult life. The Great Purge haunts every Mandalorian survivor like a collective nightmare. Imperial forces under Moff Gideon bombarded Mandalore until the surface turned to glass, killing millions and scattering the survivors across the galaxy. The few who escaped live in hidden coverts, following the ancient ways while dreaming of eventual return to their homeworld. The covert beneath Nevarro's streets houses the last Mandalorians Din knows to exist. The armorer maintains their traditions while the tribe provides mutual support and protection. But their survival depends on secrecy, and Din's actions have drawn Imperial attention that threatens everyone he considers family. The jetpack escape from Nevarro showcases Mandalorian technology at its finest. Din's rising flames carry him above the conflict, while his weapons systems eliminate threats from multiple directions. The dramatic exit saves his life and the child's while establishing his reputation as someone who honors his commitments regardless of personal cost. The Razor Crest becomes home for the unlikely pair as they flee Imperial pursuit across the galaxy. The pre-Empire gunship provides just enough space for a Mandalorian warrior and his tiny ward, its weapons and armor serving them well in the dangerous outer rim. But the ship's condition reflects its owner's nomadic lifestyle, held together by spare parts and stubborn determination. Cara Dune represents the New Republic's struggles to maintain order in the galaxy's lawless regions. The former rebel shock trooper turned freelance enforcer has seen enough war to last several lifetimes, but she can't escape the violence that shaped her. Her partnership with Din proves that former enemies can become allies when facing greater threats. The AT-ST Walker attack on Sorgan demonstrates how Imperial war machines continued terrorizing civilian populations years after the Empire's official defeat. The armored walker represents overwhelming firepower against defenseless farmers, but clever tactics and Mandalorian weapons prove that even the Empire's mighty war machines have weaknesses. Moff Gideon's emergence as the primary antagonist connects Din's personal story to larger galactic events. The Imperial officer survived the purge of Mandalore and now commands significant resources in his quest to capture the child. His knowledge of Mandalorian culture and Din's personal history makes him particularly dangerous. The Darksaber in Gideon's possession represents the ultimate symbol of Mandalorian leadership. This ancient weapon, created by the first Mandalorian Jedi, has passed through many hands over the centuries. Whoever wields it can potentially unite the scattered Mandalorian clans, making it invaluable to both Imperial remnants and resistance movements. The child's Force abilities manifest in moments of extreme danger, suggesting power levels that rival legendary Jedi Masters. The infant can move objects with his mind, heal grievous wounds, and even choke enemies when threatened. These demonstrations of power make him invaluable to those who understand the Force's potential. The Armorer's lessons about Mandalorian history educate Din about his people's complex relationship with the Jedi. Ancient wars between the two groups ended in mutual devastation, but individual Mandalorians and Jedi have worked together when circumstances required it. The child represents a bridge between these warrior traditions. Boba Fett's return from apparent death adds another layer to Mandalorian lore while connecting the series to original trilogy events. The legendary bounty hunter survived the Sarlacc pit through armor and determination, emerging changed by his experience. His claim to his father's armor creates tension with Din over what it means to be Mandalorian. The alliance between Din and Boba Fett demonstrates how shared culture can overcome personal differences. Both men follow the Mandalorian code despite their different origins and experiences. When crisis threatens the child, they work together like the warriors their armor represents. Fennec Shan's transformation from enemy to ally showcases the series' complex approach to redemption. The assassin who once hunted Din and the child becomes their protector after Boba Fett saves her life with cybernetic modifications. Her skills and connections prove invaluable in the war against Moff Gideon. Bo-Katan Kryze's appearance connects the series directly to Clone Wars and Rebels storylines. The former leader of Death Watch has spent years fighting to reclaim Mandalore from Imperial occupation. Her knowledge of Mandalorian politics and military tactics makes her a valuable ally, but her goals don't always align with Din's priorities. The revelation that different Mandalorian groups follow different interpretations of their culture challenges Din's understanding of his own identity. Bo-Katan's Mandalorians remove their helmets freely, while Din's covert maintains stricter traditions. Both groups honor their heritage while adapting to survival in a hostile galaxy. Ahsoka Tano's live-action debut brings a beloved Clone Wars character into the broader Star Wars universe. The former Jedi's encounter with Din and the child reveals the infant's name as Grogu, while connecting his story to the fall of the Jedi Temple. Her refusal to train Grogu stems from her own complicated relationship with Jedi traditions. The ancient temple on Tython serves as a focal point for Force-sensitive beings across the galaxy. When Grogu reaches out through the Force from the Seeing Stone, his call attracts both allies and enemies. The temple's destruction by Imperial forces demonstrates how the past and present collide in the struggle for Grogu's future. Luke Skywalker's arrival as a mysterious hooded figure piloting an X-Wing fighter represents hope for the galaxy's Force-sensitive children. His single-handed assault on Moff Gideon's Dark Troopers showcases the power of a fully trained Jedi Knight while setting up Grogu's potential future training. The goodbye between Din and Grogu in the Imperial cruiser's hangar bay provides emotional closure to their relationship while opening new possibilities. Din's removal of his helmet to let Grogu see his face represents the ultimate sacrifice of his beliefs for love. The child's departure with Luke begins a new chapter in both their stories. The Darksaber's transfer to Din through combat victory creates new complications for Mandalorian politics. Ancient tradition requires the weapon to be won in battle, not given freely. Bo-Katan's inability to simply accept the blade means Din now bears responsibility for uniting his people despite having no desire for leadership. The series explores themes of family, identity, and belonging through the lens of two outcasts finding each other in a hostile galaxy. Din's rigid adherence to Mandalorian tradition contrasts with Grogu's innocent exploration of his Force abilities, but their bond transcends cultural and species differences. The show's Western influences shine through its frontier setting and moral ambiguity. Heroes and villains exist in shades of gray, while survival often depends on quick reflexes and quicker thinking. The galaxy's outer reaches operate by their own rules, where reputation matters more than law and honor counts for everything. The larger mythology, connecting to sequel trilogy events, hints at the First Order's origins and the Emperor's return. Imperial remnants gather resources and conduct experiments that will eventually threaten the New Republic's fragile peace. The child's blood may play a role in cloning projects that span decades of planning. The Mandalorian culture's emphasis on foundlings and adoption reflects deeper themes about chosen family versus biological relationships. Din's own rescue as a child by Mandalorian warriors parallels his protection of Grogu, continuing cycles of care and sacrifice that define their society. The series succeeds by focusing on personal stories within the larger galactic conflict. While empires rise and fall in the background, the relationship between a warrior and his adopted son provides the emotional core that makes everything else meaningful. Their journey together changes both characters in ways that honor the past while embracing the future. The legacy of The Mandalorian extends beyond its own story to influence the broader Star Wars universe. Characters and concepts introduced in the series appear in other shows and films, creating an interconnected narrative that spans multiple time periods and mediums. The way forward leads to new adventures while honoring the saga's foundational themes. This is the way the galaxy heals from decades of war and oppression, not through grand gestures or sweeping changes, but through individuals choosing to protect the innocent and honor their commitments. In a universe where darkness once seemed triumphant, small acts of love and courage create ripples that eventually become waves of lasting change. Sometimes the most feared bounty hunter in the galaxy needs to learn what it means to belong somewhere. Boba Fett spent decades hunting targets across the stars, but now he's trying something completely different. He wants to rule. The throne that once belonged to Jabba the Hutt sits empty in the palace on Tatooine, and Boba Fett decides it should be his. Not through fear and intimidation like the crime lords before him, but through respect and honor. It's an ambitious plan for someone who spent his entire life working alone. The Bacta tank in Jabba's former palace becomes Boba's healing chamber as he recovers from injuries that should have killed him years ago. Each session in the healing fluid triggers memories of how he escaped the Sarlacc pit, clawing his way back from certain death through pure determination and Mandalorian armor that refused to let him die. The Tusken Raiders who captured Boba after his escape changed everything about how he sees the galaxy. These desert warriors that most people consider savage monsters taught him about community, honor, and protecting what matters. When Pike's Syndicate spice runners slaughtered his adopted tribe, Boba learned that some things are worth more than credits. Fennec Shand serves as Boba's partner in this new venture, her assassin skills and criminal connections making her invaluable in the dangerous game of Tatooine politics. Together, they're trying to build something that's never existed before on this world. A criminal organization that protects people instead of exploiting them. The challenge comes from everyone who thinks they know what Boba Fett represents. The locals expect brutality and fear. The other crime families see weakness in his attempts at honorable leadership. Even his potential allies question whether the legendary bounty hunter can really change his fundamental nature. Din Djarin's return to the story brings the Mandalorian tradition full circle. His struggle with the Darksaber and his expulsion from the covert for removing his helmet creates a parallel to Boba's own journey of redefining identity. Both men are trying to figure out who they are when everything they thought they knew about themselves gets challenged. The gift Boba helps Din create for Grogu represents the bond between warriors who've found family in unexpected places. The Beskar chainmail forged from Din's spear shows how love can transform weapons of war into instruments of protection. It's a small gesture that carries enormous meaning for both men. Luke Skywalker's Jedi training academy on a peaceful world far from the conflicts that shaped his youth represents hope for a new generation of Force users. But his methods differ from the old Jedi Order, incorporating lessons learned from his father's fall and his own struggles with attachment and emotion. Grogu's choice between the lightsaber and the chainmail becomes a test of what truly matters. Luke offers him the path of a Jedi Knight, with all the power and responsibility that entails. Din's gift represents something simpler but no less meaningful. The love of a father who wants nothing more than to keep his child safe. The decision Grogu makes surprises everyone except those who understand that love doesn't follow logic or tradition. The little being chooses family over destiny, demonstrating that sometimes the most powerful choice is the one that seems weakest to outside observers. The war for Mos Espa brings together allies who shouldn't trust each other but do, because Boba Fett has proven himself worthy of loyalty. Fennec Shand coordinates strategy while the mods provide street-level knowledge. Black Krrsantan brings raw power to their cause. Even the people of Freetown join the fight. The battle itself showcases how much warfare has changed since the days of the Empire. This isn't about massive fleets or planet-killing weapons. It's about communities protecting themselves against exploitation, using whatever tools and allies they can find. The victory belongs to everyone who fought for it. Cad Bane's arrival as the Pike Syndicate's enforcer brings Boba face to face with his past as a bounty hunter. The old Duros gunslinger represents everything Boba used to be. Cold, efficient, loyal only to the highest bidder. Their confrontation becomes a battle between who Boba was and who he's chosen to become. The final duel between mentor and student ends with the older gunslinger's death, but not before Bane delivers one last lesson about the cost of changing sides. His words about the Tusken Raiders' true fate reveal that the Pikes were responsible for the massacre, giving Boba's transformation deeper meaning and sharper purpose. The rancor that rampages through Mos Espa's streets during the battle represents the chaos that threatens any attempt to build something new. But when Boba calms the creature through understanding rather than violence, he demonstrates the leadership style that sets him apart from other crime lords. The aftermath of the battle sees Boba Fett established as the new power on Tatooine, but his victory feels different from traditional conquests. Instead of ruling through fear, he's earned respect through sacrifice and genuine care for the people under his protection. It's a model that could change how power works in the galaxy's criminal underworld. The reunion between Din Djarin and Grogu provides emotional closure to their separation while opening new possibilities for their relationship. The child's choice to stay with his adoptive father validates the bond they've formed, proving that family transcends species, culture, and destiny. The implications of recent events ripple outward from Tatooine toward larger galactic concerns. Imperial remnants continue gathering strength in the unknown regions. The New Republic struggles with corruption and complacency. And somewhere in the shadows, ancient evils prepare for their return to power. But for now, on one desert world that's seen too much violence and exploitation, something genuinely hopeful is taking root. Boba Fett has transformed from the galaxy's most feared bounty hunter into a protector of the innocent. It's a small change in a massive universe, but small changes can grow into something larger. This is how the Star Wars saga has always worked. Individual choices creating ripples that eventually reshape the galaxy. Luke Skywalker choosing to trust in the Force. Leia Organa refusing to betray the rebellion. Han Solo deciding that some things matter more than money. Anakin Skywalker finding the strength to save his son. Now Boba Fett joins that list of people who chose to be better than what the galaxy expected. His story proves that redemption is always possible, even for those who seem lost beyond hope. The book of his life has been rewritten, and the new chapters promise adventures that honor both his past and his future. The wheel of fate keeps turning in the Star Wars universe, carrying with it the promise that heroes can emerge from the most unlikely places. Sometimes they wear the armor of ancient warriors. Sometimes they carry lightsabers that cut through darkness. And sometimes they simply choose to protect the innocent instead of exploiting them. In a galaxy that's known too much war and suffering, these small acts of courage and compassion create the foundation for something better. The Empire may have fallen, but the real victory lies in building something worthy to take its place. One choice at a time, one world at a time, one person at a time. That's the real power of the Force. Not the ability to move objects or predict the future, but the strength to choose hope over despair, love over hate, and connection over isolation. It flows through everyone, from Jedi Knights to Mandalorian warriors, to former bounty hunters who decide that protecting people matters more than profit. The story continues, as it always has and always will, wherever beings choose to stand against darkness and fight for something better. This is the way the galaxy heals. This is how hope survives. This is the Star Wars saga, and it belongs to all of us.